Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys had a fantastic evening and good night's rest. Hopefully you're having a good morning so far. So, Power Bounce and Thousand Year Door versus Power Bounce and Paper Mario. Yeah. I chuffed I tried Power Bounce 3 times and Thousand Year Door. Only the third one did I finally get a decent combo. It wasn't great. There was only, 5 bounces. Man, oh man. I just cannot get that rhythm going. I need to practice that rhythm. Capped at 7? Oh. Well, that's silly. Because, yeah, in Super Mario RPG, I got all 7? Nice. Because the Super Mario RPG was infinite as well. In fact, there was a special unlock you would get if you got 100 in a row. But yeah, that's it is what it is. Streaming is making content. Like, they're the same thing. Streaming is making content. It's not the same style. No, but again, we have to be more off the cuff. So it pays to add lots of bits of fiddly knowledge around so you can fill in conversations. Damage goes down by 1 after each hit? Ew. That's just silly. Whoa! Somebody defended the Covenant as the good guys for being racially diverse. You're joking. Oh my god. Well. I mean, we always knew they were, you know, the left were retarded, but Jesus. They don't have to, like, prove it every hour of the day, you know? What do I have? Oh, we're missing a spider. But am I wearing, the full set, am I? No. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna go get another thing. There we go. Now I can get my 5th spider. Okay, so we did really bad last time we fought the mechanical eyes. So, the question now becomes, how in the hell do we fight? How? How are we gonna fight this? Said Spartans are racist because their eyes turn blue in one of the live-action trailers. What a... Again, we know the left are full of retarded morons that are racist and absolutely fucking idiotic, but Jesus Christ. It isn't a contest for them to keep proving it. Alright, we're gonna go to the desert. Maybe the jungle. Let's go, yeah, actually, let's go into the jungle. I'm just gonna go on ground so we can try and get some stuff. Owie! Little prickly bushes. Little prickly bushes! My one weakness! That wasn't so bad. I mean, it does literally help that we have... It does help that we have a bunch of mobility gear and everything, so, you know. But still, not so bad. Ugh, fucking creepy-ass hopper bug things. Literally called derplings. Ow! When they hurt. Oh. Oh, here we go. th blue slime. Yeah. That'll teach him. Are the Gerald Honey females thick tomboy girlfriends? What the fuck? What question is that? Shucks, it's not counting for letting me hit him. Okay, well. Whoa! Hello! No, they are not. There you go. There's your answer. No. Okay. Okay, go get some more honey. Apparently there's a way to do, apparently there's a way to make infinite of a liquid source. I don't know how to do that though. Because otherwise I would just make infinite honey back at base. Not a snake! Wow! Mmm, delicious bee vomit. It is very delicious. After me, mama! After me! Damn spoders bit me. Oh, you're a kobold. Who's a good kobold? You are. I am not a kobold. What the fuck? I'm not yipping either. Sheesh. Okay, I saw it could stretch. Get out of here. Get. It's like, how in the hell are we not attacking that thing? Spider was immune! Okay, more jungle spores. Okay, what should I be? What should I be looking for? Whoa! Hey, you know. Right, like, what should we be after right now to increase our capabilities? Ah, I was hoping to hit something. Which sci-fi alien faction would you most want to be real? So which sci-fi alien faction would I most want to be real? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Maybe the Asgardians from Stargate. I think that's a pretty safe choice. Yeah, that's a pretty safe choice. So yeah, the Asgardians from Stargate. Oh hey look, another bee's nest. Okay. I thought there was only one. No, there's more. Open the hive blocks. Open the door. Open the door. Ow. Sweet. Okay, we'll just go out this side. Oh. I will once I again, yeah. There we go. Future preserves us, so we won't help kind. Well, no, that was the point behind the Guardians, was the fact that they wanted to help humanity, but they didn't want humanity to, like... Basically, the way they helped was important. Because they wanted humanity to earn their place amongst the stars. So they didn't want it to be something that it was gifted to them. Because if it was gifted to you, you don't appreciate it. You just take it for granted. That's why, yeah, I think the Asgardians would be the best to, would be the best to have, just because of that was their attitude. But they actually did want humanity. Yeah. Hey, joke, so I told my woman her legs remind me of freedom and democracy. What the fuck? Oh. God, I wouldn't know how to finish that joke. And that's, there's a clear divide between them? Democracy is the antithesis of freedom? You just love spreading them. Oh, God. Yeah, fair enough. You know what? Water walking might be handy. Okay. Okay, what all do we have in our inventory? I might be able to get rid of. Yeah, a bunch of jungle torches. Ooh, coffee! Mmm, tasty. Okay, there you go, another life crystal. And now we're getting back towards where we already explored. But hey, at least found another nest, another bee's hive. Ow. Okay. Okay. There we go. Any video you feel like you need to respawn? Not really. Usually the videos are just stupid and painful, right? don't feel like you need to respond to them. You can just point out that, you know, they're just made by a simpleton retard, and basically move on from there. Ah! Fuck! Alright. Oh, hey, whoa! Who ordered the swimming pool of doom? Whoa! Hey. Not cool. Not cool, bruh. Sweet. I wish I could understand how the whip works around certain, like, getting through gaps and everything. Back! Back! Oh, he found jungle lava. Got here. Sheesh. All right. Okay, so I do want to get that stuff. Pop the cork, baby. I'm gonna get rid of. You don't need to hide material. Fuck, I don't want the grasshopper statue either. Out of here. Okay, obsidian's fine. Woo! Alright. We're getting there. Drown, spider, drown! Alright. What do you do in Helldivers 1 and 2? Basically, you fight a intergalactic war. And usually fight it in horrifyingly inefficient fashion. Again, the whole point behind it is the fact that you are very poorly trained soldiers masquerading as being elites. Because the governance of Super Earth doesn't want to actually make super soldiers. They just want people to think they're super soldiers. And that gets pushed into all of their like, ideology and philosophy of, like, how they train everything and how you aren't actually the captain of the destroyer. You just, think you are, but literally there's a reason why every single destroyer has, like, 50 fucking Helldiver pods on it, and it's so that the new captain can wake up each time. If they get somebody that's actually competent in the Helldivers, that's by accident, not by design. Because Superwork doesn't want to be threatened. They don't want anybody to successfully rise up enough to the top that could potentially threaten their... ow! That could threaten their dominance. Ugh! Woo! Yep. Now, the thing that drives people crazy, well, I shouldn't say people, because I don't really consider Twitterites and Redditors people, but the thing that drives those freak pieces of shit crazy is that you don't need to know any of the game's story and lore to play the game and just have fucking fun with the game. Good Lord, man. Why don't we stay down here in the water? Fish. Oh, I see him off. Honestly, we do kind of need a conversation about media literacy, but not in the way that they think. Because the problem is that to be a leftist is to be completely ignorant, retarded, and evil in some degree or fashion, right? And as part of that is your inability and incapability to understand the media and things that are being shown to you in front of you. Like, again, we already discussed that they actually think Starship Troopers is fascist, for example. Like, they have no concept of reality. They have no concept of viewing anything put in front of them. And as it turns out, you remember how the joke was always that they're NPCs? Well, as it turns out, it has now been scientifically proven that a lot of them actually are genuinely NPCs that have no internal dialogue or conversation with themselves. They literally cannot think for themselves. It's like, that's terrifying. Like, ooh, God. Their reaction to Trump saying bloodbath in a tweet? Yeah. Just make up everything. Again, the fact that there are actually people that exist that don't have, like, an internal monologue, that have no capability to think or self-reflect whatsoever, is like, that's actually... That's more terrifying than anything I think I've ever heard. Thanks for that. know how they got him, but they got him. Got him. People got him. And the jungle is fucking huge. This place is huge. Oh, bummer. I saw he dropped a nice potion. Alright, let's go get the nice potion. Yeah. Whoa! Well, if that isn't a dead man's chest over there, I don't know what is. Holy shit. Yeah, look at that. Fucking hell. Ooh. I stood on it and it did damage. Fucking hell. Alright. Fine, now don't even touch the boulders. They will do damage to you. Oh! Hello! Tasty, tasty adamantine. Oh, tasty, tasty. I wonder if convinced that went through the head of a woman who got a man arrested after she individually accepted 120 dick pics over Bluetooth airdrops. What the fuck? It's allowed to happen. This guy must be arrested right after I do something about this trauma. Where's my vibrator? Yeah. Yeah, pretty accurate. Hey, another minecart. Hell yeah. So it ends there. Go back the other way. Ow. Oh, goodness sakes. Well, the one thing that's done the most damage in any sort of, like, sense towards humanity is compromise. That is the one thing that has done more damage to the entirety of the human race than really anything else. The concept that's pushed on us all the time, compromise is great. Compromise is a good thing. You shouldn't stand on principles or morals. You should compromise. So when a normal, rational person says, like, I don't want, you know, I don't think being able to sleep with children should be legal. I think it should instead get the death penalty. And the Democrats jump in and go, no, we want to molest the children. Oh, you need to compromise. It's like, no, fuck off. You don't compromise with evil. Oh. Again, compromise has been the worst fucking thing ever. Oh, well, we won't take away everything. We'll just take away all of this stuff. That's a compromise. No, because you're getting everything you want, and we get nothing. It's not a compromise. And also, you shouldn't get to take away anything. Go fuck yourself. Hellfire. That's the reason why stories are getting dumber? I'd say it's a bit of both, right? A lot of people's media literacy is absolutely fucking dog shit. They can't think for themselves. Which is also, again, as I said, terrifying that there are actually people out there that exist like that literally cannot think for themselves. But then you also have the problem of it's part of the agenda to push all this stuff in, right? Ooh, slow boomstick. Not like really necessary, but I might find something cool for him. Yeah. Yeah. Again, you should never compromise. If you actually strongly believe in something, hold to it and fight for it. Do not compromise. Because all compromise is going to do is to get you to back down on your principles. The other side doesn't have principles or morals or the ability to feel empathy. That's why they want you to compromise. Because they get what they want in the end. I don't even think it works if you're both acting in faith. Again, if you believe that you have a moral certitude, why would you ever compromise? Ever. It's because you feel like you don't have a moral certitude. Yeah, the entire idea of compromise, I find absolutely abhorrent. Whoa! Tim! Get out of here, Tim! Give me your hat. Give me your hat, Tim. I want your drip. Woo! There we go. I've got a wizard hat now. Yeah. Again, but it always gets parroted as this really good thing of like, both sides coming to the table for compromise. Like, no, it's not a good thing. There are things that you do not compromise over, ever. Again, the Second Amendment is one of those things. You never, ever compromise. And anybody that wants to take away the Second Amendment or to regulate or put in gun control, you call them what they are. They're a fucking traitor that all they want to do is they want to make people less safe. They're just sociopathic, anti-children nutjobs. That's what they are. That's what they always are. Yep, the evil party and the retarded party came together to do something evil and retarded. Yeah. That was always the other one was the evil party and the stupid party. And then they get together in a thing called compromise and they do something stupidly evil. And remember, they'll always try to get you in a, like, situation of, oh, well, but therefore that means this, and you might be a hypocrite. Like, because again, they have no morals, they have no empathy, they have nothing that they actually stand for. That's why it's always you that has to be the one to prove your virtuousness and righteousness. They just use it as a way to attack your virtue and righteousness. That's all it is. Ooh, careful. Oh, archaeologist is nice. At least Vosh admits he's a hypocrite with no morals. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason that, I almost kind of feel like he gets off on the fact that he should be thrown in the wood chipper. Ooh, hang on, I found the temple. We found the temple. Yeah, Pip, the answer to that is they don't. They don't exist. Through the overwhelming majority of human history, they never existed. It is a concept that has now been invented by a bunch of pedophiles that want to diddle children. So you see anybody that says that trans kids exist, you immediately point to them and say, alright, you're a fucking child molester and a groomer. Fuck you. Because that's what they are. That's what every single one of them is. They want to groom children into it. They do not exist. They never did exist. This is a modern concept of this degenerate disease that we have. I see the heart, I'm coming. I gotta animate him first. Munchausen by proxy. Yeah, basically. Again, especially because they get shown that you'll get extra special treatment. You'll be superior to everybody else around you because we say so. Don't you want this extra special treatment? What is that statue? Granite golem statue. Interesting. Put it back. Throw that away. Alright, so I need to figure out how we need to dig like straight down. Okay. Alright, so here's the plan. Head back to base. Turn in everything we got, or everything we can get. Okay. Everything. Alright. Up into the sky we go. Right. Oh. Now we've got all that new stuff too, that even doing the surgeries and everything like that. Well, now the UK has officially banned puberty blockers because, oh, it turns out they are incredibly devastatingly, like, not good for children. Oh, who would have guessed that? Besides every single person with a functioning fucking brain. Oh, God. God, it just annoys the piss out of me that it took this fucking long. It's like, nah, really? You're gonna tell me that fucking around with the actual biological function of a human being might have a bad consequence? Woo! Boy. Whoever would have fucking guessed? Spiders are having a party. Look at them. Right. Oh, that's soap. Oh, okay. Shit. Cool. And because my OCD is gonna kill me. Oh. Alright, down, down, down we go. Oh, you don't have to do that. Appreciate it. Alright, that's it. Get out the fuck off guns. Alright. Alright. Time to go straight on down to fucking Narnia. Was never worried. Never worried. It was all going according to Kaikeku.
Hello there.
Oh. Welcome, Digital Blaze. Welcome to the hunt. Thank you very much for that follow. Hopefully you enjoy your time while you're here. Pretty spicy here, though, so... Oh! Blech. It's gonna take us a while to get down there. No, more water! Whew. Okay. Favorite Halo game? Ooh. I really like ODST. Like, I really like ODST. Halo 2 is really good. I think I'd have to say of them, I think it would be, it would definitely be ODST. Oh, absolutely not Reach. Holy shit. Reach is dog shit. I know that's a running joke in the community here is that, oh, it's definitely Reach. It's like, no, it's not at all. Fucking hell. Ah! Whoa! Alright. Okay. Okay. It's fine. Fill it in. Okay. So we guarantee where we know where we're going. Ah! Fuck! Ow! How bloody rude. There. All that do work. No! Blocked. Well, we'll call it a way station. How about that? There. How close are we? Got quite a ways still to go. Okay. Fine. Whoofta. No! More in the way! Right there. 5 gold, hell yeah. I'll take it. I'll take your entire stack. Come on, baby. Oh. Alright, what do you want me to see? What do you want me to see? We can get back to that here in a minute. What do you want me to see? What's got? Oh, the chest? Okay. I'll take it. Not bad. Okay. Out of here, Trapper. Get. Alright. It's fine. You see the Texas border kerfuffle? Yeah. Well, again, illegals would have two-way rights. That's the thing. Is that ruling makes sense because literally what the Second Amendment is supposed to be is your naturalized human rights. What the Second Amendment does is it doesn't tell you what rights you have. It tells you the rights that the government's not allowed to take from you. Because you have the right as a living, breathing human being to defend yourself. And that includes from the government. Now, thank God they also said Texas has the right to fucking arrest illegals. Like, thank God, holy shit. They got people to believe as if the Bill of Rights gives you things rather than telling the government what they can't take away. Yeah, exactly. Whoa! Ah! I got Medusa! Alright, there we go. We're at the temple. Now I just gotta find the entrance. And of course, build our rope ladder all the way down. That's okay. 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 Start digging out the other side. Oh my goodness sakes. Oh shit. I only just realized I was running out of oxygen. Okay. Okay. There's the entrance. The other side is also an entrance. Yep, literally forgot to breathe. That doesn't look like it. Woofda. Alright, I got it down enough that I don't need to give a shit about it anymore. Sweet. Okay. So we know the entryway is over here now. It's now flooded. Not by intention, but, you know, it is what it is. There we go. Okay. Now we just gotta deal with water in there, which hopefully won't be too bad. Ow! Fuck! What? What is hurting me? For a lot. A lot of damage. Alright, hang on. Let's go up and fill in our rope, shall we? Let's just do one first. Building our lovely little rope all the way down to the temple. Shame it is we have a couple of these way stations we're gonna have to go through. That's okay. That is okay. We got plenty of rope. And besides, once we get the ability to actually mine that out, that'll be fine. Maybe I should build a little, we should build some honey pools or something down here. Ugh. So rude. Oh, righty. I don't know why, but it can be just kind of satisfying just to build these tunnels everywhere. Oh, we're almost back to the surface. Alright. Got our path all the way down to the temple. So we'll get that done, Dustin, and start exploring that one properly. Whoops. I think the reason why a lot of people prefer one or the other. It's just depending on their style, right? Like, do you want to do lots of base building and everything? It's going to be... Minecraft is probably going to be better for you, honestly. Do you want to do lots of boss fights and progression and everything? Then it's going to be... it's probably going to be Terraria. Terraria is probably going to be the game for you. Alrighty. All nice and filled in and cozy. Boss, are you trying to fear right now? Well, right now we're gonna go explore the temple. So I built that big old tunnel. What the? What in the hell is hitting us? That much damage. Ow! Oh, I don't have a key. Shit, we need a key. I got that other pressure plate that was right there. Fuck. Okay, where do we get a key from now? Fuck. Fucking hell. Alright, get rid of jungle seeds. Cobwebs. 20 blocks, fine. Displays the most valuable ore around you. I like the sound of that already. Tungsten, gladiator helmets, who cares? Cause stars to fall after taking damage. Alright, so we need a key. I guess the other thing too. This one's a gloomer. Don't know what that is. Oh, there's my honey bucket. Okay. A bunch of other garbage we can get rid of. Chest detected nearby. I mean, should be a lot of chests detected nearby, I would hope. Okay. That in there, put that in there. That in there. There we go. that. I wonder if there's some upgrades for the boomstick we can do. We don't need that with us. Okay. Never tried re-rolling a seed? Fair enough. Okay, so. I guess I need to figure out where the hell we get a key for the jungle. For the temple at. Okay. Well, take a peek. So one key is dropped by... Oh, it's dropped by a different boss. Fuck. Okay then. Where is that boss at? Can't do that boss either, because we need to actually do the mechanical bosses. Fuck me. Okay. Great. Okay, I guess we just have to try to figure out a way to fight the mechanical bosses then. Is there anything better we can use against said bosses? I am super fucking weak. Like, that's the only one that's... This is the only one thing that's gonna be okay against the Destroyer. The eyeballs, I just don't know how the fuck to fight the eyeballs. We can't do Plantera or Golem. Because we need the mechanical bosses down. And I just have no idea how to get the mechanical bosses down. With how weak our character is. Adamantine. Yeah, because Matt Walsh doesn't understand anything about games or, like, entertainment media at all. That's why I would definitely want him to stay away, because he's a fucking idiot when it comes to that stuff. Portals cannot be created on the surface of this block. Interesting. Do you think I should use the sky bridge, huh? I don't think it's controlled opposition. I just think he's a retard when it comes to media, right? He's great when it comes to countering fucking the TQ plus stuff. Let's see. I can't tell what time of day it is. There's our merchant. You wouldn't happen to have a watch, would you? I don't know if I should try to summon the twins. Yeah, we need to actually work on building the tower properly. But we also need to actually get some of these mechanical boss fights actually done. We've fought the mechanical bosses multiple times and just gotten absolutely fucking raffle stomped. Okay, what about you? Do you have a watch by chance? No. Why you would, but I'm gonna check anyways. Alright, nope. Okay. Wizard man with the wizard plane? Nope. Fuck. Oh my goodness sakes, okay. Yeah, like I said, I need to actually start building the tower at some point. Okay, so here's where, like, the tower is going to be. Going to come all the way up to here. Go up pretty decently high in the sky. Like, about to here. And then that'll fill in the full tower. Have that all the way down. I'm going to have this changed out to being a, like a street, so to speak. And start building in the people's houses and everything all around. Oh yeah. I'm just thinking, like, how in the fuck are we gonna do anything? Honestly speaking. Maybe if we do a second, maybe second platform, maybe? Shit. Give me that. I kind of want... the armor we have on is the spider armor. So that we have more, minions. starting to get dark. Actually, maybe I should just stick with fighting it here. And just do this. Because we've got all of our regen items and everything here, right? So what's the most... Oh, fuck. I guess what's the most damage we can get? Maybe we should do, like, adamantine stuff. Yeah, look at the defense on that in comparison. .284, and then look, 5, 8, and 7, right? I think it actually gives us move speed as well. What do you think? We lose minion counts. Minions do a lot of damage, but our defense is absolutely dog shit. I don't have a lot of really good magic stuff. I don't even remember what our best weapons were. They were non-summons. Where did I even put them? Honestly, it might be a magic missile, might be our best bet. Okay. There's a lot of magic missiles. Okay. Well. Please! Ow! Get back to stuff faster, please! Ow! Woo! Fuck! Please! I gotta get rid of that fucking laser one. That one's the worst. Please, just die. Please, just die. Oh my god, the laser one is the worst! Fuck! Fuck! Oh! God, I hate it! Oh, it's just so awful. Oh. Why are all the mechanical bosses just a pain in the ass? Why are all of them so awful? God. Doesn't help the magic missile kept going for the wrong target. It does great damage, but fuck, it just kept going for the wrong target. Now we gotta grind for more, we gotta grind for more stuff again. Alright, I need to find a way to make better potions as well. Because that long of a delay for 100, and we have the speed up thing. Like, good God. That long of a delay just to get 100 health back is brutal. So I need to make some better potions. So how do we do that? How do we do? How do you make them? Bottled water, pixie dust, and crystal shards, apparently. I have an alchemy table. I do have an alchemy table, so that's fine. So, okay, I just need to get bottled water, pixie dust, and crystal shards. Okay. Okay. Woofda. The Sky Fracture is pretty good against the twins. It isn't too hard to make. I don't know what the Sky Fracture is. Okay. Do I Lots of I'm pretty sure I have lots of bottles somewhere. Here we go. Bottles. There we go. It's a lot easier than I thought it would be. Okay. Should have a lot of pixie dust as well laying around. Crystals are going to be the one thing I'm not certain on. Okay. There we go. So now crystals. I have one crystal. Fuck. Okay. Where was that crystal biome we saw? Does anybody... God, does anybody remember that? That's gonna be ages ago. Where's that crystal biome at? It's down in here somewhere, right? I feel like it was over here. Kind of opinion on the crossover between Don't Starve and Terraria? No. Oh, no. I feel like this was the crystal biome. Oh, also... Yeah, I can only have 2. That's fine. It's fine with me. Let's go. The Underground Hollow has crystals? Oh, yeah, there they are. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Oopsie. Go to the Hollow. Should make that all the way down, shouldn't I? Alright, that's fine. Just get to the trees. Alright, yep, so we need better hardware. We've got better survivability. We're gonna get up the better potions now. Okay. Alright. matter. Down we go. Okay. Ooh, milkshake. By the way, do crystals grow back? Does like the crystal biome slowly spread? Alright, good. Making sure. There we go. Favorite biome song? I don't know. Slime is falling from the sky! That's a good thing I'm not outside right now. Okay. I mean, this is very nice and pleasant, honestly. I actually like the music here. Very nice and pleasant. We're getting lots of souls of light and stuff, so I can't complain about that. There's 63. Okay. Icy merman. Okay. Slime rain. 63 of those. So what are we short on? We're short on water. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Major improvement to all stats. Okay. I'll hold on to that then. Oh. Hey, if a king slime's on its way, I'm fine with that, because I need to kill a king slime. When does he show up? Show yourself, fiend. Well, they better hurry, because there's not much daylight left. Oh, my stomach is rumbling at me. Holy hell. Oh, we still got an hour to go before lunchtime, son. Calm down. Well, I guess we're not getting the king slime. Try to stand over here where the sunflower seeds aren't at. Ugh. Anytime now. Is it gonna be tomorrow or something? Oh, I can have up to 3 turrets. I didn't know that. Shit. speak. Oh, you have to kill 150 slimes during the event. Fuck. Well, shit. I think we're gonna be able to get it. We went to battle not knowing all the facts. One of the primary facts was that we needed to get 150 fucking slime kills. Favorite multiplayer shooter? Oh no. I really don't. There's too many good ones out there. Oh, stomach, please. Air's getting colder around you. Okay. What boss is that? Oh, some Skeleton Prime. There's King Slime. There we go. Okay. Alright. There we go. Yep, and he's dead. Okay. Oh, that's taken care of. Burble, burble. Okay. I guess now the big thing is to make another one of the twins. So I need lenses. And we need... I don't remember which ones. Nope. Fuck. I don't remember how to craft it. Souls of Light and any iron bar. Okay. 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 Whoa. A gold squirrel. Capture it. Okay. Says there's iron nearby. There's a gnome nearby apparently as well. Ugh. Wish it would just point me to the iron. Oh, the gnome! He's dead. Gnome is dead. Yep. That's a shame. He got gnomed. This wasn't a gnoblin or a gnelf. Oh, I just feel like I'm spinning my wheels when it comes to the hard mode now. It's funny, because I don't remember hard mode being this ball-achingly hard to get started, you know? I don't remember the mechanical bosses being such a pain in the fucking ass. There we go. Completely pointless tunnel. I didn't find any fucking iron, even though it told me there's iron nearby. This block right here. Wow, we found it. Fantastic. Now it says there's more iron nearby. I wish it would point out where. Okay. Woofda. Yeah, like I said, I just don't remember it being such a ball ache to start hard mode. Okay. I do kind of want to make the tower. Whoop. Do want to make the tower out of dungeon bricks, if we can actually mine them right now. Which I guess we'll find out. Remember the whole bullshit about wheelchair accessible dungeons in 5e and 1D&D? Yeah? Did somebody finally slap the diversity hires in the head and get them fired? Okay, hear me out. The Mobius chair. Chair that has missile launchers, miniguns, and can fly. I don't care, it's still stupid. Boop. Alright. I'm going to eat this, your dungeon. Because of diversity and inclusivity, Egg. Duh. It doesn't matter that it's fucking retarded. That's what diversity and inclusivity is. It is fucking retarded. That's going alright. Again, I kind of feel like I'm spinning my wheels. So I said, fuck it, I'm just gonna go get Dungeon Brick. I'm gonna try everything I can to do the twins fight again one more time. We'll go from there. Because people compromised. That's why we live in Clown World. Alright. No, compromise isn't a good thing. Like, compromise in the whole, like, where do you want to go to eat? That's fine. Compromise in terms of how to govern a nation or state is not fine. Because it's always a slippery slope, always. And that's why they do it. That's why they try to tell you that compromise is a good thing. If you actually believe in your principles and you have conviction, you wouldn't compromise. Tasty. Yeah, we're just in classic mode. We're in hard mode technically now, because we've done Wall of Flesh, but we are struggle busting. We're struggle busting in it. So I'm just gathering up materials to start working on the tower. are we looking in terms of our bricks, by the way? 138. God, we have so many other stuff in here I didn't realize. Jesus. What the hell? Alright. Okay. Start laying the foundations for it. Okay. Let us... Okay. Oh shit. Whoops. Give me that back. Give me that back. Fuck. Do it again. Again, we'll do all the fine detail work later. We just got to get our initial wall in. Oof. Nah, give me a second. Woofda. Okay. Almost nighttime. We're getting there. Once it's nighttime properly, we'll try the boss again. Make sure I have all the buffs and everything I need. Okay. Down we go. Everything stashed away we can. Take that buff. Make sure we have you. Okay. Bring him in. 9 is our go-to for heals. Where is he? There he is. Okay. Fuck. Die! Die, red laser! Ah, got him! Fuck yes! Woo! Woo! Oh my god. What? No you don't. No you don't. Oh! Those firelings, I need you guys right now! Oh my god, he's dead! We fucking did it, finally! Oh, give me that. Blech. Oh my god. Yep. One of the 3 mechanical bosses finally dead. Oh, God. Okay. Right. Bunch of hallowed bars as well. Wait, decide on what to build with those. Oh shit, where'd my dungeon bricks go? Fuck. Foofta. I wanted to do Summoner, but we just had no defense, so... So right now I'm in full Adamantine Caster, because we're going to do Summoner Caster. Yeah, I just got to figure out where the hell all my dungeon bricks went. I should have paid closer attention when we did the putting everything away. I should have paid close attention. Need a bookshelf of craft spells? Well, we'll get there eventually. Seriously, where the hell did they go? I had to have passed them multiple times. There's no way. I mean, we got the obsidian bricks here, but I don't want to do that. At least not in this initial part of the tower. There they are! Jesus! I passed them multiple times. Yeah, Kree's hooty hootin'. Okay. Okay. Right. Now, let's put... I'm going to put the door frame in it. I am disappointed that Kree changed to a goat. That's what it is. Space gun plus meteorite armor equals unlimited spells. Yeah, but it's also incredibly annoying and doesn't do much damage. We have both. We have the full meteorite armor, and we have the gun. But I would absolutely not say it is pleasant. So you can see our tower is going to get a lot wider. Yeah. Well. Mistakes were made, as they say. Cree made a heck of a mistake. All right. So I want to move everything down slightly. I'm not a snake. I'm not a snake. Okay. I'm basically going to have this be the ground floor here, and then we'll work the tower down and around. And it works out pretty fucking good. Okay. Oh, sheesh. Not a kobold either. Alright. These owls are stuck. There you go. Now you're not stuck anymore. I've done it. Alright, you know what? We're going to take our lunch slightly early, because I can go to the bathroom as well. My stomach is rumbling at me. Farming equipment doesn't get to deny what it is, lizard. Well, thank goodness I'm not farming equipment and I'm not a lizard. He's a kobold coping that he's not a dragon. What? Lunch on the toilet again. No, gross. Ew. But yeah, I actually have a video. I made sure I downloaded it this time so we can make sure it works. Yeah, we'll do that as a thing. But for now, I'm going to exit. I will be right back. And yeah, we will get everything started. Alright, I'm back. Give me a second. You're gonna move the mat and bring the desk down. Okay. Let's pull down the desk. Ugh. Yeah, I have Cthulhu despawns when it's daytime, and the unicorns from hard mode while the world on easy. That clown only spawns during a blood moon in hard mode. I know, but that's the Terraria thing. So, alrighty. So, told you guys I had a video for us. Let me do it to full screen. Yay, nay?
When I started...
Okay. Should be good. Alright. How's the toilet lunch? No, there is no toilet lunch. You guys are disgusting. But yeah.
When I started this video, I just wanted to know how the tanks made it onto the beaches at D-Day, and what I found instead is one of the greatest anti-hero stories of all time, and it rewrote my understanding of history.
Alright. So, for anyone that doesn't know, this is the Fat Electrician. He's a fantastic dude. Great with humor, really good with history and everything like that. Just a all-around general, really good guy. And he likes to go into topics about history that are a little more unique and rare. And today we're going to be talking about Hobart, who was a general in the British Army that the other generals and the other officers really did not like. So, yeah. They really, really did not like this guy. Because he was better than them in every way. Yeah, we're also going to talk about some more... we're also going to talk about some more history and stuff like that on the side as well. Is this the guy who used a sword? No, not the guy who used a sword. But here we go.
We're talking about the man that quite literally wrote the book on armored warfare. A World War I veteran that was forced into early retirement because his fellow officers didn't like him very much. But after German tanks rampaged through France and North Africa utilizing their new blitzkrieg tactic, Winston Churchill himself would call upon this man to leave retirement and go toe-to-toe with the infamous German tank commanders Erwin Rommel and Heinz Guderian. Ladies and gentlemen, the hero of D-Day that you've probably never heard of, Major General Sir Percy Cleghorn Stanley Hobart, aka Hobo. But first...
Yeah. And he really is an unsung hero all throughout history. Mostly because people didn't like him. His own side did not like him at all. They really tried to do everything they could to discredit and basically take away all of his accomplishments. The other thing is that for the side that did like him, the Americans really liked him. The problem was there wasn't a lot of press given to him because everywhere that he was, everything went smooth. So there wasn't a lot of good, like, drama and action and things like that for the press to really dig into. So he really was kind of like that guy of, like, he was super successful. Super successful, and because he was so successful, he didn't get a lot of press. And then the side that knew how successful he was, the British, they hated him. Because a bunch of British officers, being like the cliquey bunch of asshole douchebags they were, they really did not want to have him get any credit for anything he did ever. So, yeah. But anyways, Fat Electrician is going to go into his ad read, and we're just going to let the ad read go through. Because, fuck it, it's his video. Was that your toilet lunch drink? What the fuck? You guys are disgusting.
From our sponsor, this video is brought to you by Delete Me. Delete Me is an online subscription service. It's a very straightforward, simple business. You give them money, they get rid of your personal information off the internet. Okay, look, here's the deal. Somehow, some way, your personal information is on the internet. Your name, your spouse's name, your parents' name, your address, your last 5 addresses, your phone numbers, and all of your emails are all sitting in some data broker's bank, and they're selling that information for money. But the good news is that these data brokers are legally required to delete your information if you submit an opt-out request. And that's where Delete Me comes in. They will go to all the big data brokers brokers and automatically submit opt-out requests on your behalf, and you don't have to do anything. And I know what you're thinking, because I thought the same thing. I don't want to give all my personal information to Delete Me either, because that just seems counterproductive. Okay, here's the thing with that. You don't have to give them all your private information. You can literally give them your name and your email address. You can give them more information if you want, but really all they need is your name and email, and then you come back a few days later and they just start asking you a bunch of yes or no questions. By using just your name and email, they'll search through all the data banks and figure out who you are, and they'll ask you a bunch of weird questions like, is this your dad? Is this your mom? Is that a relative? Is this your address? Did you used to live here? Did you grow up at this address? Is this your phone number? Is this your email? They know all of this information just by you giving them your name and email, using all the information that these data brokers have. And then you just let them know, yes, that's me, and then they will delete all that information for you. A couple days after that, they're going to send you a report. Here was mine. Over 70 data brokers had my information, and there were 489 listings where that information was for sale, and Delete Me submitted opt-out requests for all of them. Now, those data brokers are probably going to be able to get my information again, but Delete Me is constantly going to be searching for my info and automatically submitting the requests as soon as those listings pop up. Go check out Delete Me. I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. Percy Hobart was born in India in 1880.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting concept for a service, because while they're legally required to delete your information, doesn't mean they actually do it. You know what I mean? Would you actually trust that they actually would do that, though? I'm gonna tell you right now, I wouldn't trust them to not fucking sneeze. Like, holy shit. They, like, I think data brokers are some of the scummiest pieces of shit on the planet. I think the moment that they allowed people to sell your information online, it was already fucked. Right? Yeah, do they actually delete it, or do they just say they deleted it and just delist it for a while? You know what I mean? Like, I don't trust that shit. Epstein's Island. The ones going there were legally required to not diddle kitties. Yeah, we see how that turned out. Yeah, I'm having some more pizza today. Because we still have a little bit of leftovers of pizza. So, a little more pizza today. Oh, I don't know. I do not know. Alright.
And joined the British military in 1902. He would then go on to fight in World War I. While there, in typical anti-hero fashion, he made a name for himself as being extremely effective, but unorthodox and disobedient at the same time. Because of this, many of the other British officers don't really care for him. Despite that, he makes it through World War I, ends up earning himself a military cross, and then in 1919 he goes off to college.
Now, remember, the British especially had a problem where their officer corps were lower nobility, right? So you either had to bust your ass and be a total badass to get in to be a British officer, or you had to be born to a wealthy family. So British officers were very stuck up their own ass sort of deal, right? They weren't, we're not talking like, they weren't there because they had merit. A lot of them were there because their daddy was somebody, right? So you can imagine when you have somebody who genuinely does have talent, but they don't give a shit because, like, oh, but I am the Duke's son. That is why I am, you know, Commodore of the bloody... Like, no one fucking cares. If you're an idiot, you're an idiot. And that's kind of why Hobart here doesn't fit in, right? Because he's somebody that genuinely has talent and drive. And for the other rest of the officers in the British Army, because it's a clique, it's a club of the who's who in society, they don't like that. They don't like that at all.
Graduates from college 4 years later in 1923, he then volunteers to be an officer in the Royal Tank Corps. Now, he volunteered because most people did not want this position. And that's because at this point in time, a lot of the high-ranking British officers didn't see the true potential that tanks and armored vehicles had. They simply viewed them as a single tool for trench warfare to get from one trench to the other. They didn't realize that one day it was going to replace cavalry. Percy Hobart...
And again, because a lot of people can't think beyond what they have. It's that interesting, what's the way to describe it? It's the interesting thing where if you get a piece of technology, and you've always had that piece of technology, a lot of people get tunnel visioned into this is what this technology can do. They can't think beyond the scope of it because you've had the technology. I have the same problem with tanks. A lot of people couldn't think beyond of what the tank was currently doing. They didn't think about, wait, what if it gets a better engine so it goes faster? What if it gets better track so it's more maneuverable? What if it gets a turret on it so it can aim all around it so we can make the tank smaller? Nope. And a big thing that Hobart does is another one of those things, and we'll talk about it when Fat Electrician brings it up. But there's a big thing that Hobart does that like revolutionizes tanks just overnight.
On the other hand, was a visionary and saw its true potential, and that's why he volunteered. Not only that, he was also very vocal about this opinion, and he would actually persuade a lot of the younger soldiers to believe the same thing, which honestly isn't a very hard sell. The new guy joins the army, and you're like, hey, quick question, did you want to ride a horse into battle, or did you want to drive a fucking tank? Okay, everybody's picking a tank. And over time, his advocacy for change ends up making a lot of the old cavalry officers end up hating him because he's kind of trying to make them obsolete. And you have to remember, at this point in time, the British officer corps is very, very cliquey. Like, they're socialites and gentlemen, and they have to, you know, conduct themselves in a certain manner and all that BS. So when Hobart comes in and starts ruffling feathers, it upsets the entire officer corps, and they all pretty much hate him at this point. Despite that, he knows he's right, and he just keeps working on pioneering new tactics and new applications for tanks. Now, one of the few legitimate concerns...
Okay, so this is where he's going to bring up how one of Hobart's biggest contributions to tanking in the entire world, right? Like, this is one of those situations where... You know, I don't want to give it away until he gives it away, until Fat Electrician talks about it. But yeah, here we go.
About having tanks on the battlefield at this point in time was that they were basically autonomous. And what I mean by that is, once the tank crew got their orders, hopped in the tank, and took off, that was it, because tanks didn't have radios and stuff yet at this point in time. So once they left, you couldn't call them back, you couldn't change up the mission, they couldn't communicate with anybody outside of that tank. So Hobart comes out and he's like, well, hey, rather than not using tanks because they can't communicate, how about we just, I don't know, put some radios inside of them? So he fights tooth and nail for like a year to make that happen, gets radios put in all of his tanks, and then trains his guys how to run battle drills, being able to actually communicate with each other and the chain of command, and guess what? It works exactly how you would expect it to. I mean, this is the upside-down ketchup bottle of the tank world. Like, somebody finally came out with this idea, and everybody's like, how? How did I not come up with that billion-dollar idea?
And so, this is another fallacy that a lot of people fall into, where they think, oh, because it's so obvious, somebody had to come up with it before them, right? Because it's so obvious. But no, somebody has to be the first. Somebody had to be the first person to invent the toilet. Somebody had to be the first person to invent the the mug so you can carry a drink with you. Somebody has to be the first. It doesn't matter how obvious it is. Eventually, like, someone had to be the first one to think of it. And a lot of the problems is a lot of people don't think outside of the box when it comes to these sorts of things. So you get a lot of these situations where, as he called it, the upside down ketchup bottle, where it's like, it's so fucking obvious. How did nobody think of it? How did nobody? It's because everybody's blinded by the technology they currently have and what it can currently do, and they don't think past that. They don't think about, but how can we make this better? Or how can we advance this? Most people aren't wired that way. It's like cars. The way cars currently are. Everybody knows what a car is and what a car can do. Most people don't think about, well, what if we put rotors on the car, and now we try to make the car flying, stuff like that. It's just natural, right? You don't think about that because it's a piece of technology you use every day. So what if somebody comes out with a new system that's like, hey, if we put these rotors here, 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 and here, now suddenly every single vehicle is flying, and it's a really easy conversion. You know, everybody's mind would be blown, because it would seem so obvious then at that point. Because everybody's, and tunnel vision. Everybody's stuck and tunnel visioned on what the technology can currently do. It's very difficult to get out of that. Apparently, the reason keys are used is because one of the car business owners died starting a woman's car using the crank. Wouldn't surprise me. It would be very dangerous.
At this point, all the junior officers and lower enlisted are like, holy shit, this is awesome, and all the older, more experienced officers that already hated Hobart lose their shit because he's now actively making them look stupid.
What are those? You are wearing his merchandise!
So once that gets worked out, he starts developing legitimate battle strategies and drills and training his men on how to conduct tank warfare, how to integrate tanks with infantry, really laying the groundwork for what would become modern tank warfare. This goes on for a couple of years, and then in 1927, he ends up being a co-respondent in a divorce case.
Alright. So. Damn it, I had stuff to say, but I thought I was going to get through this pizza faster. But it's stuck. So essentially, again, remember, his whole idea was, hey, instead of being like, oh, the tanks are worthless because we can't communicate with them, they only have one job, they're just going to go to the other trench, that's it. He comes up with the idea of putting radios in. Now the tanks communicate with each other in the chain of command, and it is a huge revolutionary idea. But now we're into the total unknown, because now we have to lay the groundwork for, okay, now that the tanks can talk to each other, what do they say, right? What is your plans between each other? You can communicate effectively with each other now, but how does that work? Like, what do you want the tank to do? And this is when you start having to develop the idea of, like, command tanks and command structures through different vehicles and everything, and how to get them to coordinate with each other. Like, hey, when I say there's an enemy here, what does that mean you do if you're one of the other tanks that is in my little platoon? What do you do? Right? So we're in total unknown territory, and you're going to see that that's actually going to be a problem for a lot of people, because again, they can't think about the future. They can't think about what different technologies allow the capability, what this piece of technology has now allowed the tanks to do. And we'll get later into this, but there's a wild take that the tank corps has, and it sounds incredibly stupid because it was incredibly stupid. And oh boy.
Now, I'll be honest, I had to Google what that meant, but apparently co-respondent is the fancy British officer polite way of saying Percy Hobart was banging somebody else's wife. Her name was Dorothea Field, and of course, she was another British officer's wife.
Naughty, naughty.
After that divorce is
Very naughty.
finalized, Dorothea and Percy get married pretty much immediately, and the rest of the officer corps now absolutely hates him, and they actively try to get him kicked out of the military because this is not gentlemanly behavior. They're not able to get it done. Hobart stays in the military and continues to develop and refine armored warfare, and one of the things he starts to do is look back into history and see if there's any lessons that he can apply to tank warfare. And one of the things...
And this is another concept that people often overlook, is the concept of taking the new technology and looking back through history towards things that can vaguely fit, right? Because a lot of people, then they get blinded. So the two extremes you have are tunnel vision, where the technology does this one thing and you only think it'll ever do this one thing forever, right? And the other one is that, ooh, technology's so shiny, what all can we do with it? Well, and then you start coming up with the crazy, off-the-wall, out-of-the-box nonsense stuff. Instead of taking a more, like realistic approach to it of, hey, we have this new technology. Is there anything throughout history that was like this? Like a game changer sort of thing? And Hobart here, it talks about the Mongols. Well, it's because it becomes an obvious thing, right? Why were the Mongols so successful? Right? It's because they use hit-and-run tactics. They use mobility to their advantage. And so he's going to start developing tanks with that same ideal in mind. Again, it's not horses with bows, but it's a mobile platform with a weapon system on it. What if we do similar tactics that the Mongols did?
That he hones in on is the Mongols. The Mongols were so successful because they utilized cavalry to strike deep into enemy territory at strategic points, weakening their entire empire. And Hobart says, what if I could do the same thing, but with tanks? And to anybody that knows a lot about history, that sounds an awful lot like the German Blitzkrieg tactic, and that's because it is.
Yep.
Yeah, the Germans didn't come up with the Blitzkrieg. Percy Hobart did. Heinz Guderian, the German tank commander that is
He meant Guderian.
the architect of the Blitzkrieg, is well known to have had every single paper that Percy Hobart published translated into German, and he kept that with him everywhere he went. Yeah, the infamous German tank commanders Rommel and Guderian didn't revolutionize...
Oh no, I have seen this video before. Again, but I love history. So I love these sort of things. That's why I'm so drawn to Fat Electrician stuff, because I love history so much. There's a lot of stuff I didn't know about, like the bomber Old 666. I didn't know anything about it. Or, when it comes to this, I didn't know much about Hobart. I knew about Hobart's funnies, but I didn't know about the rest of Hobart. I didn't know that Hobart created the Blitzkrieg. I didn't know that the reason Hobart's funnies were created were to overcome specific obstacles for D-Day. But a lot of you will know Hobart's funnies from stuff like the crocodile tank, right? So the crocodile tank is a big British chieftain tank, or they were called chieftains. Fuck. It was a big British tank. Churchill's. Jesus. Okay, Britain, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Why do all of your tanks need a ch sound? Anyways, it was the Churchill tank, and they gave it a massive hose that led to a trailer behind the vehicle so that they could propel the fuel through the hose, into the tank, through the tank, and out the front to fire off a fucking flamethrower. And it is one of the most devastatingly terrifying tanks ever made, and it was known as the Crocodile. How effective would a drone that cost a few $100s with a bomb on it be? Pretty effective, honestly. Like, that has become a new angle in warfare, is kamikaze drones and everything. Like, devastatingly effective, unfortunately. So now we're coming up with ways to counter it. The Ting Tong tank doesn't have a sound? That's just you. Yeah, but you have the Challenger, the Churchill, the Chieftain, I guess the Crusader or something like that doesn't fit that mold, but it's still. Such when the British don't use sounds, they get a disaster like Valiant. That's, to be fair, you're right. Because they didn't use the ch sounds, they got the Valiant, which was an absolute nightmare of a tank. But yeah, it's just funny.
Armored warfare. They just copied Hobart's homework. So if Percy Hobart is the actual genius...
Now see, in this, I'm kind of torn on this, because I do disagree with Fat Electrician to an extent. Like, I agree that Percy Hobart is the one that invented the Blitzkrieg. 100%. But I think you shouldn't take away from the idea that Rommel and Heinz Guderian recognized the potential in this. Because remember, the British did not. The British wanted this, like, buried and done with. They hated Percy Hobart. They absolutely despised the man. So they didn't want to listen to anything he had to say. They didn't want to do anything he had to say. So, like, yeah, the Heinz Guderian and Erwin Rommel didn't come up with Blitzkrieg, but they recognized the potential in it. And that in and of itself, I think, is a good thing. Like, good thing in terms of, like, it shows their level of intelligence, that they were able to recognize the potential of this when everyone else on the other side is going like, no, no, right? Like, I do think Hobart deserves the credit for coming up with and creating Blitzkrieg, but I still think Heinz Guderian and Erwin Rommel are still good German generals. Yeah. And again, because a lot of that is, it's, a lot of people would have been tunnel visioned and they wouldn't have seen the potential in it, right? They wouldn't have thought of the potential.
Behind the Blitzkrieg, why don't most people know that? Why does everybody give Germany credit, and why didn't the British use it first? Or at the very least, know that it was a possibility when it was used against them in France when they got their asses beat in 6 weeks.
Okay, so now here he's going to mention why the British didn't use it. And this is more what I'm getting at. It's like, you had a side that actively not only did not see the potential in it, but was actively trying to sabotage it, right? So that's why I think that Guderian and Rommel do deserve some credit. They don't deserve full credit. I agree with Fat Electrician on that. But I think they deserve some credit for actually being able to see the potential in it.
That is because the British chain of command hated the man that came up with the Blitzkrieg, and for that reason made the entire strategy a failure. In 1934, Britain conducted a large training exercise where Percy Hobart was going to be allowed to try out his new methods. If you don't know, when you're conducting a large military training exercise, you have like Team A, Team B, and then you have the umpires, so to speak. You have the people making sure that both teams are doing the right things, saying, yeah, that works.
So basically, Team A, Team B, you have Blue 4 and Op 4, right? Op 4 being the opposing force, Blue 4 being the friendly forces. That's why it's called Blue on Blue. But yeah, it's essentially, it's war game simulations. Hilariously, at the time, because the United States did not have a tank program, the way that they trained tankers, oh my god. This is one of those stories that's like, that's so fucking dumb. Because it's another one of those things where people didn't see the potential in tanks. A lot of countries didn't. America was one of those countries that didn't see the potential in tanks. And they didn't see the potential in snipers either. Oh boy, were those fucking wrong on both counts. So what America did to train and prepare tank crews was they bought a bunch of trucks, right? Bought a bunch of trucks. And then in the backs of those trucks, they had bags of flour. And the tankers would have to order their driver to drive in specific directions. And then they would have to have the loader and the gunner pick up bags of flour and throw them at the other trucks to score a hit. I wish I was fucking kidding. No, I shit you not. Hang on, let's see if I can find American Tank Program, World War One, or sorry, maybe Interwar would be better. Interwar, bags of flour. It's very, very fucking specific. But yeah, let's just say, oh boy, that was a big old whoopsie. Oh, Interwar isn't working. Here's the one showing all the bags of flour being delivered. God. I don't know how to specifically find it to show you guys. 'Cause it's so fucking dumb, right? It's so dumb. This video is all about Percy Hobart, or Hobart's Funnies. This is about one of the greatest tank generals of all time that doesn't get any fucking credit in history, even though he deserves all the credit. And I'll have to spend some time and actually show you guys, because it was one of those ludicrous situations of like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. But again, and remember, again, America was one of those countries that also didn't see a benefit in snipers. So we had no sniper program for World War II. That was a huge fucking mistake, and that had to get fixed real quick. But man, oh man, there's a lot of those things where people just don't see the potential in different types of warfare, right?
That doesn't work. Declaring who wins and who loses.
Hey, Setch, are tanks now obsolete? That's a tough call. Because IFVs and AFVs are so dominant, the tank in and of itself, I'd say, is in a lesser place. I don't think it's obsolete. I think IFVs and AFVs can do the job, like, so well, but can also do so many other tasks that they've kind of become more dominant in that regard. Whereas tanks have a role, but the problem is that it's very diminished. Like, what's a way to put it? Instead of the tank being the dominant armored force, now it has a very specific role to play. Whereas stuff like the Strikers, the LAV-25s and stuff are more dominant when it comes to armored and mechanized warfare. Just because they can do so much more than a tank can. It's the same concept of why the United States Marine Corps got rid of all of its tanks. So the U.S. Marine Corps no longer has tanks whatsoever. They have IFVs and AFVs now. That's it. And it makes a lot of sense. Like, it really does. Especially for being a mobile amphibious landing force, it makes a lot of sense to use IFVs over using tanks. And especially because the Marine Corps has a lot of anti-tank weaponry as it is. It's kind of one of those, like, you know, I can understand the logic and the logistics behind getting rid of tanks for the Marine Corps. Now, if the Army got rid of tanks, I would say they're fucking idiots. But for the Marine Corps, I can understand why. I understand.
The umpires conspired against Hobart because they were military officers and they didn't like him, and basically made his entire strategy fail. Fast forward 1937, Hobart is given command of the 1st Armored Division, Great Britain's first modern tank division. Because of this, a bunch of British officers promptly throw a bitch fit and try to get Hobart kicked out of the military again. It fails again, but the chain of command has to come up with a compromise, and that compromise is to take Hobart and send him down to Egypt, where he can take command of the 2nd Armored Division, which was basically, we're going to ship him halfway across the world and then pretend he doesn't exist. Out of sight, out of mind, right? So Hobart gets down to Egypt, and it is a complete shit show because tanks are effectively replacing cavalry at this point, so it's cavalry officers that are running tank divisions, and they have chosen to not read any of the literature or training material that he has spent the last decade developing, and they are operating tanks like they are dragoons. If you don't know, a dragoon is kind of like cavalry, except it's not. They ride in on horses, and then they dismount and go into battle on foot.
Yes. Think about that logically with what he just said, right? You have a bunch of cavalry officers that are the leadership of the new tanks and armor divisions, right? Cavalry officers. And they're treating the tanks like dragoons. I mean, he's going to mention it here, but you can already see exactly how fucking dumb the British Officer Corps is going to be.
And that's what the 2nd Armored Division is being trained to do. They roll up in the tank, and then the gunner and the loader stay in the tank, while the rest of the crew gets out and fights like infantry, while being a static target instead of a moving target, which is the entire point of being a fucking tank. The chain of command is a...
Yep. Can you even fucking imagine it? Right? You roll up in an M3 Lee, or in a Crusader, or in an early Churchill, and then you dismount from the fucking vehicle. Like, the hell is wrong with you? What in the fuck is wrong with you? And the fact that there is any officer, like, the fact that there are officers that think that this is a good idea should tell you all you need to know when it comes to people not understanding how technology works. Like, holy fuck. Like, that would be absolutely mind-blowing.
Effectively trying to do everything they can to make tanks look bad and ineffective, because by extension it makes Hobart look bad and ineffective. The running joke when Hobart gets there is that the Egyptian force is the Egyptian farce and the mobile division is the immobile division. But when Hobart shows up, he turns the entire thing around. Between 1930 and 1940, he trains this entire division how to actually conduct tank warfare, and they get super effective at it. And the men absolutely love him, because Percy Hobart is not only a great teacher, but he actually wants every man under his command to understand what they are doing and why they are doing it, when at this point in time many other officers don't care about that. They just want you to shut up and follow orders. But Percy Hobart wants you to know what you should be doing and why you should be doing it. That way, if the chain of command ever fails, you can make intelligent decisions regarding what needs to be done.
So this is actually another big thing that was a difference between the American Army, or the American forces, and the British forces. The American forces are very much about flexibility and chain of command, right? Because our entire concept, especially modern day American concept, is show up and improvise. That's the general rule for how the American military fights, is show up, improvise. And a lot of it, too, like the Marine Corps, for example, is one of your oldest tenets in the Marine Corps is be aggressive, right? Well, a lot of militaries don't like that. And you could, for modern day, the British are much more on the side of, obviously, flexibility and chain of command. They're much more about the show up and improvise, because it fucking works. And it works really well. But you have a lot of militaries, like in the Middle East. A lot of Arabic militaries do not believe in that, because they believe inherently that if the officer tells a subordinate, somebody lesser than them in status, in position, if they tell them why they're doing the things they do and like some of their knowledge of what to do in a situation if things go wrong, they have in their minds undermined their own position and authority, and this guy they have now told could replace them. So a lot of Arabic countries with their military cannot bring themselves to just tell the subordinates what to do in a crisis situation, right? If the officer gets killed, what do you do? Who takes charge? Because they feel that to do that, it undermines the officer, and they are no longer as important. The whole thing, it was a big problem with the Afghani army, right? When the U.S., before the Biden did his retarded ass pullout, the U.S. was trying to teach the Afghanistan army how to actually, but they constantly ran into problems where the officers would not teach the lower enlisted, because the officers were stuck in this mindset where if I tell the enlisted how to do this job, if I tell the enlisted everything I know so that they can be more effective, I can be replaced. There isn't this idea in Arabic countries of inherent seniority, right? They believe that if a person knows your job, they can replace you immediately. And so they will actively sabotage their subordinates and not tell them vital fucking information because they don't want to be replaced by said subordinates. And it was a mindset that the United States military could not get out of the Afghan military. And it's the same mindset that a ton of Middle Eastern countries have. Right? It's why their militaries are so dog shit. It's why their militaries are so fucking incompetent. They have no flexibility. It is total rigidity. If you take out the officers in a Middle Eastern military, the whole thing collapses. Because nobody else knows what to fucking do. Nobody. And again, the British were guilty of this as well. They fucking learned. They actually got over that fact, but that was also kind of when they also de-gentlemaned the officer corps. So now, no longer were the officer corps specifically made up of, like, nobles, scholars, and gentlemen. Like, once they got rid of that and they made it more meritorious, they really started getting rid of that mentality and that problem. Yeah.
In short, Percy Hobart treats his men like they're grown-ass men, and they absolutely love him for it. And because of that, he gains overwhelming support from the junior officers and enlisted men, and he becomes immensely popular.
No, don't like that.
And because of this, they finally force him out of the military, because they sent him down to Africa, intentionally sabotaged him, and yet again, he's managed to turn the entire situation around and turns it into a positive thing. So they just end up getting him fired. In 1940, he is forced into early retirement. On his final departure from Egypt, the men of the 2nd Armored Division lined the entire road to wish him farewell as their sign of how much they actually respected this man. So Percy goes back home, but still wanting to be involved in the military, he joins the Home Guard, which is like the British equivalent of the National Guard. And he gets busted.
Also, there's another thing that a lot of people don't understand is, like, because they hear about the National Guard, but then they also hear that the states also have the State Guard, and the National Guard is in control of the state, is controlled by each state, right? So you have the Indiana National Guard is controlled by Indiana. It's not controlled by Washington, D.C. It's not controlled by Illinois. It's controlled by Indiana. But Indiana also has the State Guard. And it's one of those things of like, okay, well, what does that mean? So the better way to think about the National Guard versus the State Guard is the State Guard is your home defense. The State Guard is the one that is not going to leave the boundaries of the state. They are specifically there for the protection and defense of that state. The National Guard is the expeditionary force. It can fill in and do whatever is needed, but can also be sent out of the state, right? So basically, it's the power that it's the fist that can be thrust outside of the state's boundaries, outside of the state's borders. That's the better way to think about the National Guard versus the State Guard, and why would a state have two militaries, right? Why would an individual state have two militaries?
Down from lieutenant general to corporal, which
also, like, he's going to bring up this, but to understand how high lieutenant general is, like, it's pretty fucking shocking, right? So he's talking about how he got busted down from lieutenant general all the way down to corporal. So, corporal is a non-commissioned officer rank in the American military. I'm not sure how the British military treats their NCO corps, or if they're considered lower officers. I don't know how the British, what the British designation for it is. In the United States, corporal is your first NCO rank, your non-commissioned officer rank. And then it goes up into extra NCO ranks, all the way up through sergeants, first sergeant, sergeant major, sergeant first class, gunnery sergeants, everything. Like you go up through that. Those are all non-commissioned officers. Your commissioned officers start with your lieutenants, your butter bars. And then it goes up from there. When you get up to the generals, though, when you start getting up really high in ranks in the American military, a weird thing happens where the lesser your rank is, the higher it is. The way to explain that is with generals. And so the way to know how highly ranked a general is from the moniker Be My Little General, right? So B, brigadier, my, major, little, lieutenant, and then general. So brigadier is the lowest, and general is the highest. As weird as that sounds, right? Brigadier is a higher rank than major, but brigadier general is the lowest general rank. Major General is the next, then Lieutenant General, and then you have General. When you get to the highest point of being a general, you are just called General. There's no other monikers or attachments. You can see the same thing with colonels, right? You have Lieutenant Colonel and then Colonel. Colonel is higher than Lieutenant Colonel. Lieutenant Colonel is like half bird. Colonel is considered full bird colonel. It is fucking weird, right? And I can't even remember why we do that. Like, I don't know. I don't remember why we have that system in place, right? It's one of those things that it just seems confusing, just to be confusing, you know? Like, because you'll still when you see lieutenant generals, a lot of people will still just call them generals. It's the same with brigadier generals. A lot of people just say general. General so-and-so, right? Even though technically they're not actually a general because they're a brigadier general, and brigadier general is the lowest general. No, there is a reason to do it, but I can't remember what the reason for it is. I was wondering when RDA's character became Brigadier General O'Neill after having been Colonel for a decade. Man, he was Colonel for so long. A lot of people, a lot of people that watched Stargate were confused when he became General O'Neill, right? And it's like, dude, he should have been promoted to Brigadier General a long time ago. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Holy shit, the amount of nonsense he had to deal with. Woo. Anyways, hey Frank, we're doing a history video. I had my lunch, but I want to get through the video itself as well too.
So Percy goes back home, but still wanting to be involved in the military, he joins the Home Guard, which is like the British equivalent of the National Guard. And he gets busted down from Lieutenant General to Corporal, which if you don't know military ranks is like going from CEO to front desk receptionist. Not that I'm trying to talk bad about receptionists, but I'm trying to give you an accurate depiction of what a drastic change in authority this is. 5 months after Hobart's forced into retirement, the German military rolls into France with tanks, utilizing the Blitzkrieg tactic that Percy Hobart designed, and completely stomps the British and the French army in a matter of 6 weeks. Erwin Rommel then goes and proceeds to rampage through North Africa, and the only people that even kind of slow him down are Hobart's men of the 2nd Armored Division that is now known as the 7th Armored Division, aka the Desert Rats. At this point, Winston Churchill starts asking questions and realizes what his officer corps has done, and he personally calls Percy Hobart back into service and awards him the rank of Major General. At which point, all of the officers throw a fit yet again, saying that he's 57 years old, he's too old to serve in the military.
God damn it, Threadnought. Oh, that was such a good episode. That was an episode where they were stuck in a time loop. Colonel O'Neill and Teal'c were the only ones who recognized they were stuck in a time loop over and over and over again. And Colonel O'Neill's time loop was that he would be eating a bowl of cereal, right? That's where his start of his time loop was. Teal'c's start of his time loop was he was getting hit in the face with a door. So Teal'c just had a fucking, like, it did not take him long until he was just getting super angry every single time the time loop happened, and just getting cracked in the face with a door. But yeah, so Colonel O'Neill sets up a little golf green, and it is actually like fucking line driving golf balls through the Stargate. And he's like, how far away is that planet? Several billion light years away. Well, that's got to be some kind of record. Should we get Guinness on the line? Oh, wait. Window of Opportunity is just too fucking good. It really is. How is it that YouTube is better at teaching history than our schools? Because the people that want to do it on YouTube are genuinely interested in history, and a lot of history being taught in schools are not done by people that give a shit about history, and history is not emphasized in schools, right? I think history should be an absolute requirement for graduation. I think it should always be a requirement for graduation. I am very, very annoyed that it isn't. But I also think that you need actual people that give a shit about history to teach history. And that's why stuff like YouTube is actually better at teaching history than the school system is, because the school system actually kind of doesn't want you to know a lot about history, because if you don't know how history goes, and you don't know things like how political affiliations actually fucking work, or like what different political systems actually are, you can be told whatever and you'll just have to believe it, right? Because you don't know any better. It's just, ugh. Blech. Blech. I don't even want to... I just want to get myself all annoyed and worked up again. I got lucky in my school, because I was genuinely a fan of history anyways. But I got lucky, too, because we had an actual history teacher teaching it. It wasn't just the coach coming in to teach on the side, right? Ugh. A, usually don't care. B, are teaching for tests. And C, don't have time to get truly in depth about how complex everything is because of point B. Yep, that's true. Having schools specifically geared toward test scores was one of the biggest disasters and blunders of the schooling system ever. The other one was allowing teachers' unions to exist, right? Because a teachers' union should not exist because public schools are not parts of private education. They are government institutes. When you work at a public school, you are a government entity. You do not get to unionize. I'm sorry. Go fuck yourself. Ugh. Just, ugh. Standardized testing is a way not to educate to knowledge, but to train for obedience. Yeah. I 100% agree with it. I 100% agree with that. I can't believe my super cool math teacher was a Fed. I know. Because again, the whole point behind public school was it was supposed to be the last ditch option, the catch-all net. And you were supposed to be allowed to go to other schools. That was how education was supposed to work. And then it became where the public school was the only option. Oh, God. Yeah. Just, ugh. That shit just fucking annoys me.
And they try to get him med boarded out. Winston Churchill yet again intervenes and stops the med board and issues this statement. Quote, "The high commands of the army are not a club. It is my duty to make sure exceptionally able men, even though not popular with their military contemporaries, are not prevented from giving their services to the crown." Translation, quit being a bunch of catty bitches, we need this guy. By the time all that political BS gets done, Rommel is back in Europe, and he has been tasked with fortifying the Atlantic Wall, the German defense from Norway to Spain, in case the Allies should invade.
Now, the good thing about this, now, the Atlantic Wall, it was really... What's a good way to put this? The Atlantic Wall was incredibly effective in its design implementation. The problem became Germany's politicians and political apparatus itself interfering with how the Atlantic Wall would actually function and work, because the whole point behind the Atlantic Wall was not supposed to actually stop the Allies dead out. If it did that, wow, fucking miracle, right? But there's never been a time when a defensive position has ever stopped a determined force from landing, right? Never has that happened. So the whole point behind the Atlantic Wall was it was supposed to be the thing that slowed them enough to allow the German military to respond. But this is where we get the whole political intrigue and backstabbing and bullshit when it came to Germany in World War II. They didn't want to commit their forces because they were like, why in the hell would America land in Normandy of all places, and why wouldn't they land here at Calais, right? This is where the Germans swore. They're like, they'll land here. Meanwhile, the Americans and the British, they land here in Normandy. Well, Americans, British, and Canadians. Let's not forget Canada was actually at D-Day as well. So were the French. The Free French Army also landed at D-Day. But they were like, why are they going to Normandy? Oh, that's a diversion. They're gonna land here because look how close it is. Right? Look how close. The supply lines will be much shorter. So even though, like, all the generals that are here at Normandy are like, we need the tanks. Where are the tanks? Please. Please, where are our tanks? If we pull the tanks up to the beach, we will stop this invasion. And the high command said, nah, it's a diversion, bruh. It's a diversion. Yeah, Calais would have absolutely been a diversion. And there was a diversionary force, I can't remember where exactly along, but Patton landed with a fake army in another position to act as a diversionary tactic. It was Patton's inflatable army. Literally inflatable tanks. Oh, diversionary tactic, baby. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. Like, how much in history politicians on all sides fuck everything over. Yeah. It is wild. Wild how much history can basically be summed up as politicians fucked it up. Can you do the greatest raid of all time next time? It's a pretty fun story. Maybe. Kind of want to talk about some other stuff. Like, I kind of want to do Fat Electrician's Vietnam one with the Vietnam ambush. Yeah.
Rommel reinforces it with 260,000 men, manning over 15,000 concrete bunkers and artillery positions. The entire thing is coated with barbed wire. It has anti-vehicle emplacements to prevent tanks and other vehicles from getting up the beach. And they lay over 200 million mines. And the man put in...
Now, another thing that he also doesn't mention is that Rommel didn't just reinforce the beachheads, right? Rommel actually reinforced the countryside around it as well. And he came up with a really, like, crazily effective strategy, which was called Rommel's asparagus, right? And literally telephone poles stuck up in fields all over the place behind the Atlantic Wall, specifically to stop paratroopers, right? Because, again, Germany realized the effectiveness of an airborne force. The Fallschirmjäger were incredibly effective. So Rommel's like, hey, if they've learned anything from any of the rest of the war, like, again, the Germans learned from the Spanish Civil War and from the attack onto Poland with the Russians on the other side, like, they've learned some lessons. If the assumption would be the Allies wouldn't be stupid, right? Because that's the always biggest mistake is to make, is to assume that your opponent is stupid. He's like, so if I was part of the Allies, like, I would be trying to use an airborne force behind any sort of invasion, right? So he started having his men go out and put up these giant telephone poles throughout all of the fields behind, and I mean deep behind, the Atlantic Wall. And they were called Rommel's asparagus. And they were shockingly effective for what is literally just a static emplacement, right? Like, holy shit. Because when the gliders would come in to try to come in for a landing, gliders would try to pick fields. And they would go down the field and realize that there are giant fucking poles sticking up out of the ground. And if your glider hits that, everybody in the glider is fucking dead. Like, oh god. So, yeah, it was again, how crazy. How wild. Ooh, the Gurkhas are fun. The Gurkhas are a special force of short kings. Let's just put it that way. Like, Gurkhas are small people. They are very small people. Right? But do not underestimate a fucking Gurkha, because they are, like, wild. They are wild and crazy short kings. And their whole point is that the whole point behind it is that the Gurkhas use the kukri, right? But they also believe, or I don't know if this has been confirmed as a thing, or if this is just kind of a legend that's gone with them, that if they draw their kukri, they can only put it back if it has tasted blood. So if they have to draw their kukri, but then they don't actually use it, they'll cut part of themselves so that the kukri will have blood on it, and then they'll put the kukri back. But Jesus Christ, if the Gurkhas don't use firearms and they pull out their fucking knives and they pull out their kukris, you're in for a bad day. You're in for a very bad day. Because they are really good at using them, too. As Threadnought says, the Gurkhas are real-life Gary Stews from badly written fan fiction about every war they've ever been in. Yeah, they really are. They're actually fucking terrifying. And again, they're short. They're short dudes. As has been said, it's not about the size of the dog in the fight, it's about the size of the fight in the dog. And when it comes to Gurkhas, the size of the fight in that dog is enormous.
Charge of figuring out how to penetrate those defenses is none other than Percy Hobart. He has re-entered the picture, and he knows that these kids have been stealing his homework. He comes in with the complete dad energy of, I taught you everything you know, but I didn't teach you everything I know. He takes command of the 79th Tank Regiment and gets to work immediately. It is now Major General Hobart and Erwin Rommel going toe-to-toe in a battle of wits that will determine the fate of the world. And obviously, we're going to handle this issue with tanks, which brings us to problem number one. How are we going to get tanks on the beach? How are we going to get a 70,000-pound hunk of metal with a gun from the boat through the water onto the beach? Obviously, we just got to make a tank float, and it can't be that hard because battleships float, right? I mean, those are big and heavy and made out of metal, so why can't we do the same thing with a tank? All you have to do is displace enough water, and bada bing, bada boom, you're floating. So all we got to do is increase the surface area of a tank. So they take a gigantic tube of wax canvas, wrap it around the tank, and then have inflatable tubes that when they inflate it, the canvas stands straight up, and basically it is a tank inside of a giant canvas tube. And then we'll just add a couple of little boat propellers on the back of the tank so it'll push itself through the water. Problem solved. Sounds stupid, works terrific. So now that we've got the Sherman duplex drive,
is actually what will also help with a lot of other concepts. The Marine Corps went about this in a different way, which was while the landing forces in Europe used what was known as the Higgins boat, the Marine Corps couldn't do that because the Pacific Theater had a lot more islands, right? And a lot of things about islands is they'll oftentimes have reefs. Reefs to a Higgins boat is a death sentence. Like, absolutely just no, cannot function. This will stop the advance dead in its tracks. So the Marine Corps invented the oh god, what's it called? It's the LV something. Basically what it was a tank. It looked like a tank, but it could float, and it had massive, like, tank tracks on either side. So when they would hit a reef, the tank tracks would dig in, and it would climb the reef, go over the top of it, fall into the water on the other side, and keep going forward. And that whole time, they also had multiple gunner positions on top of it that would be shooting at the beachheads and everything to keep the enemy suppressed. But yeah, it was it's what the Marine Corps used, and they were incredibly effective vehicles, because you now had a landing vehicle that was armored that could also go up the beach. Or rank in the military research, I was probably first class. That's as far as I got. I didn't get anything special. Actually, I wonder if on my paperwork they busted me down to private. Hold on. I have my paperwork here because I have to have it ready because I need to actually do a meeting with the military, because it turns out they need to pay me a lot of money. Nope, there it is. Private. They busted me down to private. Fuck. Damn! What a bunch of dicks. What a bunch of dicks. I just saw it. Rank, private. Fuck you. What a bunch of assholes. Alright, well, that's fine. Sets demoted live. No, I can understand they probably did it during the separations process, right? They're like, he was going to get PFC. So what happens is, so long as you meet a certain level of competency, you'll get PFC. Right? If you are above and beyond, if you're above and beyond, you get Lance Corporal. And if you're like if in the training regiment, you're actually like the best of the best, you become the guidon for your entire platoon, and then you are the best guidon of all the platoons within your company. You'll actually make corporal right when you get out of basic training, right? Yeah, so I guess I'm not too surprised that they bumped me down to private, but that is kind of frustrating though, because like, oh, I liked being PFC, but no, apparently I got bumped down to private for separations purposes. Fuck. That's okay. That's okay. At least you can go fight the bugs now. Yeah.
Amphibious tank figured out the next problem. What is the beach made out of? Are the tanks going to get hung up and stuck? Because we can't have that happening either. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a submarine. We're going to send them out. They're going to wait till night. Once night falls, the sailors are going to go ashore, gather up a bunch of the dirt from the beach, and figure out what it's made out of. It's made out of blue clay. Probably the worst possible thing, because those tanks will for sure get stuck in clay. So obviously, problem number 2, how on earth are we going to get the tanks through all this blue clay? It would be really nice if we had a road. You know what? Fuck it. We're just going to bring our own road. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bobbin. That is a Churchill tank with a gigantic spool of canvas that has metal rods inside of it that literally goes ahead first and lays down a road for all the other tanks to drive on right up the beach. Again,
what a wild invention, right? There was another way they could have done this, but it would have been outfitting all of the vehicles with wider tracks, which isn't as effective as you would think it is, because man, oh man, imagine it getting tangled up or caught on something, or having even more of a chance to actually go over, like, mines, right? But the whole idea is amount of ground pressure. Tanks actually have a shockingly light amount of ground pressure for how heavy the vehicle is, and that is thanks to tracks. Tracks spread out ground pressure very effectively. The problem that a lot of German tanks actually got into when it came to being over in Russia was their track base was too narrow. With their interlocking wheel system, the interlocking wheel system, if we want to talk about the most over-engineered fucking nonsense, the interlocking wheel system was a stupid fucking idea. But, the interlocking system also made it so that their tank tracks were a lot narrower. So when they started going through the Russian mud and everything, well, while the ground pressure was lower than you would expect given the weight of these vehicles, it was still high enough that they would just right into the mud. Straight down in, just... Oh... The landings actually had a lot more armor than you would expect they did. The Americans had a different type of thing. He won't talk about it here, but there was a snorkel tank that the Americans used, which is where they would actually drive a specialized Higgins boat a certain distance away from the shore, and they would drop this fucking Sherman tank that had a giant-ass snorkel out into the reef, out into the surf. And it would then go up the beach, and you have this big-ass snorkel with its main gun pointed up so that there's nothing that could go down the main gun barrel, and then it would get up the beach that way. Huge fucking, like, huge. It looked like a giant HVAC ductwork hanging off the top of these fucking tanks. But remember, before as well in this video, we're at, what, 14, 16? Okay. Remember as well... Right before this, he talked about the other one they had which is what the Americans would also use. They would use this, the skirt system, to try to get up the beach. The Americans had a problem, though, and he'll go into what the problem was, but the Americans also had these as well. The side skirts. Okay.
Drive on right up the beach. Again, it looks really silly, but it works super well. At this point, all the other people that hate Hobart are starting to make fun of him. They're starting to refer to these tanks as Hobart's funnies, but they have no idea how important these tanks are going to end up being. Hobart is over here actually trying to save the world by any means necessary. He realizes it doesn't matter how cool it looks, he just needs it to work, and he only needs it to work once. Meanwhile, all of his other contemporaries are worried about looking good while they do it. Okay, problem number 3, marching right up the beach. Now we have to worry about the mines and the barbed wire. We can't be blowing the tracks off our tanks with mines. We need to clear the barbed wire for the men, and we don't want the barbed wire getting hung up in the tracks of the tank. What are we gonna do? Things are about to go from looking weird and silly to looking terrifying and awesome, because the plan for this is to eat the barbed wire and blow up the mines in front of us using the Sherman Crab, aka the flail tank. Okay, so just so we're all on the same page, in theory...
By the way, that is so stupidly effective that it is a design that is still used to this day for clearing minefields. The flail tank is, like, crazy effective at its job.
We have now figured out how to sail a fucking tank a mile through the ocean, build a road in front of us as we drive it up the beach, cut through barbed wire, and detonate mines. The only defensive structure left is the enormous concrete bunkers with Germans inside shooting machine guns and mortars. What are we going to do about them? Because normal tank guns aren't going to take those out effectively. Which is a pretty simple solution. If your gun isn't big enough, just get a bigger gun. Ladies and gentlemen, the petard. It is essentially a mortar that is the size of a propane...
Which is also fits in with, like... So, Britain had a problem when it came to anti-tank weaponry for infantry. They had, the Piat, which was... kind of like a mortar that you carried and shot sideways. The fucking Piat was not a good anti-tank weapon, but hey, you would go into battle with what you had, right? So it didn't matter that the Piat wasn't great, right? It didn't matter. That did not matter in the slightest. What mattered was they had it. Okay? That's the vitally important part, is you go into battle with what you had. The Americans also were on the receiving end of this sort of disaster too, in that the Americans only had the standard 75mm short barrel Shermans. Because their experiences in Africa and in Italy was that that's all they needed. The problem was when they got into Germany, when they got into France, they realized that the short 75 was woefully inadequate for the jobs it needed to actually do. Now, the American military had the Easy program, and specifically was it Easy 4 or was it Easy 6? One of them was the upgrade to get the long 76 onto the American Sherman tanks. The Americans, though, they couldn't wait that long. They're already in D-Day. Right? They're already fighting in the hedgerows in France. They cannot wait. Like, oh, hold on, guys. We need to pause. We need to wait. We need a couple months so we can get the E6s on the field. They couldn't wait. So they had to go to war with what they had. So what they instead would do was they would rally with British armor, because Britain at the time had the Sherman Firefly, which had a long barrel gun. Right? The British brought the Firefly to D-Day. The British had the Firefly in the hedgerow fighting in Normandy and in France. Right? So they had a very effective weapon. The Americans didn't. But you can only go to war with the weapon you have. So the Americans would instead rally with British armor to allow the British Fireflies to engage the Panthers and everything, right? Also, this also gets into a weird situation where a lot of people think there was tons of tank battles with Tiger tanks in them, which isn't true, right? Like, the problem with it was that a lot of Americans were told about how scary Tiger tanks are, and Tiger tanks are scary. The long 88 of a Tiger tank is devastatingly powerful. Like, holy shit. It is a very, very big, very nasty gun, and the tank is very big. It looks very menacing looking, right? The problem is that when you're an American tanker, you're always worried that the thing you're going to run into is a Tiger. So they would misidentify enemy tanks as Tigers all the time. And then when the toll people would come through at the end, when the armory, ordnance, army ordnance. When army ordnance would come in and actually like tally and be like, oh nope, that was actually a Panzer IV-H. They got confused because of the side skirts and everything. It made it look really boxy. Okay, we can understand that. That would happen constantly. The number of times that the Americans actually fought Tiger tanks was 3. There were only 3 engagements against Tiger tanks with the Americans. The first time, the Sherman tanks won pretty handily. The second time, the Sherman tanks also won, but this is where War Daddy came into the picture. War Daddy, that was actually his name, and his tank was not called fucking Fury, for God's sakes. His tank was called In the Mood, but War Daddy ambushed a German military train that had a bunch of Tiger tanks on it. So, not really a fair fight for the Tiger tanks, right? Not a fair fight at all for the Tiger tanks. And then the third engagement was the Tiger tanks versus the Pershings. The Pershings got their ass kicked. Real hard. The Pershing was not a good tank. Holy shit. The Pershing was supposed to be the tank that was going to replace the Sherman. That was bad. No, that was the point, Frank. It's literally what the name of his tank was, In the Mood. And so somebody would ask him, like, why did he name it In the Mood? And he goes, that's just how I felt at the time. I was in the mood. War Daddy is a fucking beast, though. Like, that's literally the guy's nickname. That was his actual given nickname through the war, was War Daddy. He was a fucking beast. His entire tank crew were legends for a reason. But yeah. So anyways, going back to this, like I said, this was... The Americans realized when they got into France, when they were in Normandy and they were fighting in the hedgerows, that the short 75 was really not cutting it. They had made a tactical fucking error when it came to bringing the Shermans with the 75s. Luckily, we already had the Sherman Easy program. So you had the Sherman Easy 6. I believe it was the Easy 6. It could be the Easy 4. A lot of people mistakenly assume it was the Easy 8. The Easy 8 was not the Long Barrel 76. No, the Long Barrel 76 was before that. The Easy 8 was the... I think that was the suspension changes? I think that was the one that gave the Shermans the really, really good fucking suspension system. But anyways, that's what the E program was the upgrade systems for the Sherman tank. And by the time you get to the E8 or the Easy 8s, yeah, the Shermans were really, really, really fucking good tanks. Which one was the Jumbo? I'm not sure. Because you had the Sherman Jumbo, which was its own sort of thing, kind of trying to make a heavy tank variant of the Sherman. Anyways. I guess let's get back to the video, because we need to get back to the game at some point too, right?
Tank, affectionately dubbed the Flying Dust Bin.
You call that big?
Yeah, the thing's huge.
That explains a lot.
What is that supposed to mean?
You told me 8 inches.
And you told me you took installments.
I didn't know what that meant.
That's your problem. Interrupting my history time. And if the Flying Dust Bin doesn't work, this one will. The most terrifying of all of the creations, the Crocodile, aka the flamethrower tank, pulling a armored...
So this is how you could actually trick the Germans as well, was a lot of the Churchills would actually start pulling empty wagons behind itself, right? So you would have a Churchill tank here that would roll up towards a German fortification, and they would pull a little wagon behind it. And to the German mind, there's only one reason why you would have the wagon. That's the fuel wagon to fuel the fucking the flamethrower for the crocodile. That's a fucking crocodile tank. We surrender. We surrender. We give up. Right? So that's why a lot of Churchills would start pulling these empty wagons behind the Churchill tank, and it was because it was a form of psychological warfare. Now, the Germans realized that some of these are fake, but it was one of those, like, do you trust it, though? What if it is a crocodile? Right? What if it is one of the Churchill crocodiles? Oh, God, you do not want to make that mistake.
Trailer with 500 gallons of jungle jelly capable of shooting flames over 250 yards.
250 yards. A flamethrower that could reach 250 yards, 2.5 football fields in length, 750 fucking feet, okay? And the flames that they put out were not like, these weren't like your, the cutesy toy company that makes totally not a flamethrower, right? Where it's just basically like a glorified lighter. Like, holy shit. The fire that came out of this thing was like a gel. If it got on you, it was staying on you. Like, these aren't quite napalm yet, but this is jellied propellant. Right? Like, this stuff sticks. That's why you have concrete here that's on fire. Because the jelly is literally sticking to the concrete and burning. Okay? This is not good. You are fucked. This is literally the fucking Discord meme of you are absolutely totally fucked.
So if everything goes according to plan so far, the enemy is either going to be dead or retreating. Here's the problem. Once the enemy starts retreating, they're also going to start blowing up all the bridges behind them, making it very hard to maneuver vehicles, especially tanks, across ravines, rivers, ditches, and so on. So, what are we going to do once they blow up the bridges? Fuck it, I guess we'll just bring a bridge from home, right? No, I'm not messing with you. Ladies and gentlemen, bridge tank.
And again, this would actually go on to inspire a lot of modern thinking. We actually have specific engineering vehicles that are designed for this very purpose. Now, they don't do it like this anymore, where it's one long, massive, like, center of gravity fucking defying nonsense thing. Instead, we have one that it's stacked on top, right? It's a little zigzag on top of the vehicle, and then the vehicle extends it, and it just whoop, whoop, into position, right? But this is like the grandfather of that. This is what inspired that concept of those engineering vehicles that literally have tanks, literally have bridges and docks and everything built onto the engineering vehicle itself, so that you can quickly just get a engineered bridge or a position right where you need it. We need it now. We've got it now. We have a tank for every problem. Yeah, that's basically what it was. That's the whole point behind Hobart's thing, was he was designing these vehicles to counter any problems they would have in the field. Any problems. Wait, how does the tank bridge cross? Oh, because this thing unhinges, right? This vehicle, like, this thing comes down, it slams into position, and then it blows off the front. And then this vehicle moves out of position to allow the tanks to go over it. And then this vehicle can go over afterwards. Yeah, this doesn't stay attached, right?
Oh man, it went from this is kind of silly and there's no way that's gonna work to oh my god, that's terrifying to okay, now you guys are just showing off. And I know what you're thinking, that's great, but what if it's just a little tiny anti-tank ditch or a ravine, not something that really necessitates an entire bridge? Well, that's easy, ladies and gentlemen. The fascine, aka a bundle of sticks.
AKA a bundle of sticks.
So that's it. The plan is set. Hobart has accounted for absolutely everything, and this plan is for sure gonna work. But here's the thing. You've probably seen a bunch of movies or played a bunch of video games that incorporate the landing at Normandy on D-Day, and you've never seen any of this stuff. So why is that? That's because most movies and video games, like Saving Private Ryan, for example, take place on Omaha Beach, which was one of the American beaches, and the Americans didn't have access to all of Hobart's tanks. Why is that? Well, some people believe that the American leadership saw it and said that it was stupid, not going to work, and they didn't want anything to do with them. However, that's a myth, and it's completely untrue.
Yeah, so that's another thing with, like, when it comes up to this, like, a lot of people try to discredit the American military in World War II. For some fucking reason. I don't know why. The American military in World War II were incredibly forward-thinking. Like, shockingly so, given, like, given how rushed a lot of our military programs were, because we suddenly realized, like, actually, tanks might be a really good thing to have in World War II. Oh, wait, snipers might be a really good thing to have in World War II. Oh, the submarines might be a good thing to have in World War II. Like, it's crazy how effective the American military was at rapidly prototyping and coming up with these engineered solutions very quickly. And also in recognizing when there was a good idea that either their enemies or their allies were doing. Like, holy shit. Again, America paid attention when the Germans started using the Fallschirmjägers, and were like, that's a really good fucking idea. That's a really good idea. And so the Americans started doing it. Yeah, exactly. Good idea. Let's steal it. Exactly. Oh. Nowadays, they make things like My Two Moms. Oh, yeah. We don't want to talk about the fucking woke nonsense. Thankfully, it seems like the woke disease is finally getting cured, but unfortunately, it's that whole, like, you know, an ounce of preventative versus a pound of cure. We're currently in the pound of cure thing, so things are going to be painful. Instead of, you know, where we wouldn't have had the problem to begin with if we just nipped it in the bud. But, yeah, for whatever reason, a lot of people like to discredit the American military when it came to World War II. And for some fucking reason, I don't know why. I don't understand it. And they like to overinflate the Russian contribution in World War II. A lot of people are like, Russia single-handedly defeated Nazi Germany in World War II. No, it didn't. No, it absolutely fucking didn't. The T-34 was a dog shit tank. I'm sorry to tell you this. It was a really, really bad tank. So were the KV-1s. So were the KV-2s. They were not good vehicles. The thing was that you could rapid produce these piece of shit tank, and so while the Germans could bring one really good tank to the field, you could bring 10 shitty tanks, but that's 10 shitty tanks and their guns, right? Wasn't it scientifically proven that woke people are depressed and lonely and other stuff? Yes. It has been proven. Oh, it's also been proven that, this is the best one. This is the one that I find the funniest, that the reason the left has so much mental illness in it is because being mentally ill is a prerequisite for being, like, if you are mentally ill, you are more likely to lean left to an absurd degree. Like, we're not even talking like, oh, a little, like, maybe, you know, it's 6 out of 10 instead of, well, the other side's 4 out of 10. No, it's like 9 out of 10. Oh. And remember, we talked about it earlier. Another thing that was scientifically proven is there are people who do not have an internal monologue, who cannot think for themselves. They actually exist. NPCs actually exist. It's like, oh, God. Whew. What about the 1 out of 10? That would have been the one that would have gone the other side, right? For any number of reasons. But what was funny about that paper was that the more mental illnesses you have, the more likely, like, your percentile shifts way, way further to the left. Even more and more. Yeah, the voices in my head all say these people are weird. But it's the whole idea of you can have internal thoughts, right? Like, you can be like, would this be a good idea? Well, let's think about this, this, and that. There are people that actually don't have that. They don't have that internal thought process. They literally cannot think for themselves. Like, holy shit, when that paper has now, like, come out and everything, and the study with that, and I'm just like, that's the most terrifying thing I've ever fucking read. Like, oh my god. Having no capabilities to actually have an internal thought or dialogue with yourself whatsoever? Whew. No thanks. Please, fucking no.
Bradley saw Hobart's inventions and requested all of them. Unfortunately, not enough could be made in time, and the only thing the American forces would be given for D-Day was the Sherman DD duplex drive amphibious tanks. And the reason that Hollywood focuses on Omaha Beach is because it's the most dramatic. It's the one beach of the 5 where absolutely everything went wrong. And believe it or not, one of the main things that went wrong was that the Sherman duplex drive tanks didn't make it. They got released too far off the beach, and the seas were too rough, and a lot of them ended up sinking. Luckily, only 5 tankers drowned. The rest were able to escape and get picked back up by the boats. But it was a huge issue not having tanks on Omaha Beach, and it is part of the reason that Omaha was the deadliest beach on D-Day. If you pay attention and you know what you're looking for, it's even referenced in the Saving Private Ryan movie.
No armor has made it ashore. We've got no DD tanks on the beach. Dog 1 is not open.
So just so...
Yep. So the DD tanks is the duplex drive tank. So that's what he's talking about. But yeah, so again, the Americans wanted every single one of Hobart's funnies. They wanted all those vehicles and tanks because the Americans were like, that's incredibly useful. Meanwhile, the British officer corps like, it's so stupid. No, here's Hobart being stupid again. The Americans are like, that's actually incredibly effective. We want all that. But they just couldn't produce enough numbers of it in time for D-Day. So they're like, all right, well, we'll at least take the duplex drive tanks, right? We'll retrofit our Shermans to do that. And again, if they had actually made it to beach, imagine how wildly different the D-Day landings would have been if the duplex tanks weren't released too early, right? Imagine how big of a difference Omaha Beach would have gone if we would have gotten our tanks, the duplex tanks, on the beach as fast as we could have. Because we did eventually get the snorkel tanks up onto Omaha Beach. That's kind of what helped start opening up the channels into Omaha. But man, oh man, how greatly different that would have been.
We're all on the same page. The reason most people have never seen or heard about these things is because they weren't at Omaha Beach, and Hollywood focuses on Omaha Beach because it was the deadliest, most brutal battle. But the reason that it was the deadliest battle was quite literally in part due to the fact that Hobart's funnies weren't there to help the Allies fight. These tanks are quite literally a victim of their own success. To give you an example of how big of an impact they had on the other beaches, the next deadliest beach after Omaha is Juneau, and it had less than half the casualties. But Hobart and the 79th Armored Division's contributions aren't done on D-Day. At this point, Hobart decides, rather than keeping all of his men together as one unit, like pretty much every other type of armored unit did, he decided that he was going to split them up and attach them and their specialty tanks to all the other units of the Allied forces, essentially turning his tank division into the special forces of tanks. You need to clear some mines? Here's the crab. You need to scare some Germans? Here's the crocodile. By the end of World War II, the Germans were so scared of the crocodile flamethrower tank that they would start to surrender at the mere sight of it. The 79th...
Also, I forgot, we got into a conversation. Somebody asked me, what is the distance in the metric system? So let's do feet to meters. Okay, 750 feet. Alright, so for all of you that use the metric system, that would be 228.6 meters. Alright? That's how far the fire. A flamethrower tank could throw its flame 228.6 meters. There you go. I should have answered that earlier, but, you know, it is what it is.
Armored Division and Hobart's Funnies fought all the way through the European theater, and when they finally came up to Germany, the first Allied forces to cross the Rhine into Germany did it in Hobart's duplex-drive Sherman tanks. Because Hobart's Funnies and the 79th Armored Regiment were spread out amongst all the other units in the European theater, every time a unit did something special, credit was given to that unit, and the contributions by Hobart's men, and the Hobart Funnies would go unnoticed and unrecognized. So in conclusion, this was a story of Major General Percy Hobart, the man that pioneered modern tank warfare, the man that trained the men that beat Rommel in North Africa, the actual inventor of the Blitzkrieg tactic, and one of the most important architects of D-Day and the Allied advance through Europe. In the pages of history, he is a victim of his own success because everywhere he wasn't was such a catastrophic shit show that it monopolized the spotlight, and everywhere he was, things went so smooth that it wasn't worth reporting, so he went unnoticed. When people think of tank warfare in World War II, way too many people think of Erwin Rommel and Heinz Guderian, when in reality they should be thinking of Percy Hobart, and I hope this video helps with that. Thanks for watching.
Well, I think it's fair to think about Rommel and Guderian, right? Because they were genuinely good generals and good leaders when it came to armored warfare. They really were. But I do think that Hobart needs to be brought up in that conversation more, right? I think Hobart is one of those people where he deserves, he earns his position through his own leadership to be in the same conversation with Rommel and Guderian, right? He's not like Montgomery. Montgomery is an overblown fucking... I do not like Montgomery as a general. Bit of a stuffy shithead officer up his own ass who made a lot of bad calls. And one of his worst disasters being Market Garden. Thanks for that one, Montgomery. But yeah, I think Hobart absolutely deserves to be more remembered in history for his contribution to history and everything. Like, his contribution to the war effort and to winning the war really, really is understated. Yeah, so there you go, chat. Like I said, I had a video for us. Obviously, that took us a while to get through because, hey, just like on Stag, I've got a lot to say. And sometimes they'll be tangentially related. But, yeah. Would you say he's the most underrated? Oh, man. Of the leadership, I would say yes. I would say absolutely. He's the most underrated. I think Patton is a bit overrated. And that's not saying that Patton was a bad leader. Patton's more overrated because of he had so much publicity, right? He's the overrated in the traditional sense of, like, he was really good, but was he that good? Sort of thing. You know? Like, he was genuinely a fantastic general and leader, but he's kind of gotten the pomp and glitz and circumstance all thrown on him too, right? And same thing with Rommel. Rommel, to a sense, is overrated as well as a leader. That doesn't mean he's a bad leader at all. He was genuinely a really good leader, but he is also really fluffed up quite a lot because he tended to be more resistant to the Nazi authorities. And so a lot of post-World War II reconstruction of Germany was to give Germany heroes that stood against the regime. And one of those heroes that the Americans propped up a lot was Rommel, right? Which of the wacky tanks was your favorite? Oh, it had to be the Crocodile. Because it seems so absurd, right? But it's so crazy effective. Like, so crazy effective. But I would say the Crocodile would definitely be my favorite. Yeah. Anyways, that's just the way I think about it as well. Montgomery, I think, was probably the worst general there was. I think Hobart is absolutely the most underrated of all the generals, though. Excuse me. Alright. Back to what we were doing. Oh my goodness sakes. Okay. So, we have actually beaten one of the mechanical bosses. I suppose I should figure out what we can do with that. Right? So let's come up here. Take out the hallowed bars. Take out the soul of sight. Let's see if there's anything we can get here. Durandal, damn. Oh, it's a summon thing. Whew, whew. I like that. I like the sound of that already. Hang on. I think it's guide, right? Guide will tell us, the pickaxe. The Drax, the drill axe. Fright, might, sight. Might, sight. Light disc. Optic staff. How good are the twin summons for fighting? I might do the optic staff. We have 12 there. So that's 24. So I just need a black lens. Yeah, so I just need a black lens. That's it. Okay, so how do we make a black lens? Assume. It's a rare drop? Oh, it's not a thing? Okay, hold on. I was kind of hoping it was a thing. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make the Durandal. Yeah, 64 instead of 43. 9 summon tag. Very weak knockback. Your summons a focus strike. Blazing energy explodes from enemies hit by summons. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Durandal. Nasty Durandal. We lose knockback, but we gain damage, speed, and critical strike chance. Ooh! I actually think we came out really good on that one. Dang! You think it's a sword, but it's a sword whip! Alright. I would recommend it, yeah. We're just currently in the phase where we're kind of struggling for progression. That's just because we're in the very difficult areas. Alright, So, how do I get the black... We need to find the black thing, the black lens. What's our highest chance to get that? Ooh, slime hook. Hang on. Yeah! Yeah! Look at me go! I'm a freak! I'm a freak! Look at it! Nice. Alright. Yeah, so we got the better hook now. Alright. It's okay. Is there kind of a way to force more demonize to spawn? So we could try to get the thing? There's the steampunk stuff you guys are talking about. Hey, Neanderthal. Welcome, welcome. You just missed, we were talking about, we were doing a video from the Fat Electrician. Okay. Alright, which one of these isn't as important? Because I want to get this. The Contaminator. So which of these isn't as important for us right now? Blendomatic, Decay Chamber, and Steampunk Boiler. You never used any of them? Hmm. The purple one, nice. That's very, very helpful. Thank you. Yes. I don't know? Okay. I'll hold off on these then. There we go. Okay. Okay. So as you can see as well, Neanderthal, we've started to lay in the outline for the tower. This is how wide we're going to make the tower and everything. Which I think should be an odd number. Hold on. I just realized maybe we want to get a ruler. You have a ruler, right? Okay. 157. 216. Okay, that should be an odd number then. I just realized I could use the compass, so. You know what? While they're here still... Just because I think it's cool looking. There we go. Yeah! Choo-choo! Look at us go! Look at us go! Have you considered collecting taxes for your NPCs? No. I'm only going to do that once we start getting the actual city and everything up and running. Right now, we're not to that point. Not to the point where I would do that. Okay. Yep, it's perfectly in line. They're at the same level. Fantastic. I don't know. I don't think I have the tax man yet either. Okay. Oh, my taxes would be simple. It'd all be sales tax. That's it. I mean, if I was actually in charge of the city, it'd all be sales tax. That's all there would be. So you, as the individual citizen, would basically dictate how heavily you would be taxed, right? Do you buy shit tons of stuff? Well, you're going to be taxed more because you're buying tons of stuff. But you would not be taxed based off your income. I fucking hate that shit. I really do. I think that is one of the scummiest things you can ever do. I think then it becomes the individual. If the individual wants something, they buy it, and then they get taxed because they bought a thing, and that's it. So, like, for example, I would take, instead of having a 7% sales tax and then an ungodly fucking income tax, I would instead make it a 14% sales tax, right? And then that would be it. So then your $1 loaf of bread would go from $1.07 to being $1.14 instead. But you would also have a lot more money in your pocket because we wouldn't take money out of your fucking paycheck. Oh my god. I hate that. God, I hate that so much. Like, I'm not somebody that thinks that the government can run on just donations or something. I think that's fucking stupid. I think the government does indeed require some kind of tax. However, I think what the government does is ludicrous. The amount of taxes the government is trying to collect... What the fuck? Get out of here. The amount of taxes the government is actually trying to collect is completely asinine. So, like, it's just fucking stupid. It really is. And again, they always try to say, so we can fund all these social programs and everything like that. Yeah, but all the social programs are cancer. Like, they don't help with the problem. They help create a problem. And once if I can get this black lens, which is what I want, if I get the black lens, I'm not gonna worry about stuff. Actually, hang on, I should probably... Oh, wait! I need to go interact with the thing. I need to go interact with the thing because I don't have, I forgot. I forgot! We have, restarted the game since then. There we go. Yeah. Again, if Democrats actually cared about taxing the rich, what they would do instead is they would close the loopholes. But they won't do that. because they use the loopholes. They're the ones that abuse the loopholes so that they don't pay as many taxes. Well, like I said, I would get rid of income tax just entirely to begin with. Because then you also wouldn't need an IRS program. Oh yeah, Biden is absolutely not going to make rich people pay taxes because he's a rich person. He would never do that to himself. He would ensure that there are ways to get around paying said taxes. Yes, more demon eyes! Give me all the demon eyes. I need the black lens. That's your opinion, how fucked is New York? Well, it's a Democrat shithole, so completely and utterly. If New York wants to not be fucked, well, you need to get Republicans in there. And I mean actual Republicans, not fucking Democrats but with an R next to their name. Like, it's kind of crazy how long it took for New York to finally realize, hey, wait a minute, being a sanctuary city is a really stupid idea. Yeah, you think? You think? Oh my god. Wow. I know the joke is that Democrats and their voters are all retarded, but Jesus Christ, do you need to prove it every single time you open your mouths? Or that it's a day that ends in Y? Yeah, property taxes are terrible too. Like I said, I would just make it to the only tax is literally a sales tax. That's it. That's the only tax I would make. That gives the entire system of taxation into the hands of the individual. Well, I don't want to get taxed, you know, on my cigarettes and everything. Then don't buy them. Literally, don't buy them. You physically cannot be taxed if you don't buy it. Come on! I need demon eyes! I need demon eyes, please! Pew! Yeah. Again, if you literally just make it to where everybody pays a sales tax, because everybody already does, if you have that just be the only form of tax, nobody can dodge the tax because you have to pay it automatically. And my god, we'd actually be able to get rid of an industry too, because the IRS wouldn't need to be the way it functions right now. You wouldn't have to file for your taxes, because by the mere act of even buying anything, you would have been taxed. Oh, I was hopeful the big chunky one. Oh, I have an alchemy table. Alright, how do I make a battle potion then? I do have an alchemy table already. Who's worse, the IRS, the ATF? The ATF. IRS has a point and purpose with the current taxation system, even though the taxation system is fucking stupid and needs to go away. The ATF is just a criminal organization and has always been a criminal organization that is in direct violation of the Constitution of the United States of America. The ATF are literal terrorists. There is nothing good from the ATF. There will never be anything good from the ATF. And their only place that the ATF deserves to be is a relic of history with all of its members locked up behind bars. If not executed for treason. Bottled water, deathweed, and rotten chunk or vertebrae. Okay. Boom. Alright. Let's go run in the desert real quick and get ourselves some sand. Wait, I just realized, is all the sand gonna be corrupted sand? Will that still work? Will Evan sand still work for making glass? God, I hope so. Oh, wait, we have the thing. Hold on. Uses colored solution. Okay, so how do we get colored solution? Would it be considered treason if they're getting the okay from the people in charge? Yes, because it's in direct violation of the Constitution of the United States of America. The Constitution literally says that the government is not allowed to. Not what the citizens are allowed. The government is not allowed to take away your ability to keep and bear arms. This also includes purchasing. The government is not allowed to prevent you from buying any weapon you want. This also includes warships, airships, helicopters, planes. Again, shall not be infringed is there for a very good fucking reason. Alright, I'm hoping Ebon Sand works. Otherwise, trouble. Okay. That's why the joke is literally like, pretend you're writing it for a 5-year-old. Okay. Okay. 134. Okay. And he said deathweed and rotten chunk. Okay. Pretty sure we have deathweed and rotten chunks. I'm pretty sure. Oh, we don't have as much as I thought we did. That's okay. We got some, though. That's what matters. There you go. Rotten chunks. Okay. There we go. 14 battle potions. Okay. this here. Healing potions in there as well. Okay. Alright, so where do we buy the one liquid from? Colored solution. Let's check with her first. Okay. Oh, the steampunker himself has it? Okay, hold on. Logic gates. Oh, here we go. Green solution. Spreads the purity. When he says spreads the purity, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean just the normal area like we're in right now? Or does that mean Hallow? Because I definitely do not want to do that. Alright, we're going to test it out in the wild. Means normal, okay. Woo! That's strong. Okay. Yeah, I see why you guys are saying to use it. Fucking hell. Woo! Okay. Alright. Nice. Alright. Now, what if we make... I think I make the tower all the way down to here. Okay. That's what I think, right here. Yeah, that's fish walking. That's what happens in when it rains. The fish will literally walk. fancy. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Get out of there! Get out of there, worm! Sheesh. Okay. Answer's probably not. Yeah, that's perfect right there. Okay. I found a shimmer pool yet? I believe we did before, and someone told us emphatically, do not go into it. Or do not touch it, or something like that. Okay. Alright, there we go. We got the tower's initial thing. We'll spread out the thing. We're going to have like an entryway down here, going up like a nice staircase. Spread over a moat. Alright. Sounds like a chainsaw. Yeah, it's a drill. I have a drill. Yeah, so basically what I'm thinking of is, like have a staircase that goes up to here, something right, and have the entryway to the tower be here. We'll have a big basement area underneath. The tower itself will go up. We'll have multiple like mannequins and things like that for holding the armor. Tower will come up to here. This will be a platform that'll hang off of the tower. We'll have like for our train system. Okay. Alright, come on. Increase spawn rate, baby. Is it still technically daytime? Oh, there we go. Come on, baby. I just need dark lens. I got shocked by an angry cloud. Good dick. Maybe. Maybe. Is there no other way to get the black lens? No other way whatsoever? Maybe. I'll have to look. That's such a long range for the whip. I like it. Is that a bandage? Immunity to bleeding. That's pretty nice. I was gonna say it sounds nice. go. Black lens, got it. Let's do this. Okay. Now, take out lens. Got the black lens. I need hallowed bars. Okay, what was the thing? Hold on. Soul of Sight. We're missing the Soul of Sight. Okay. Put that in. Okay, there we go. 8% damage, minus 10% mana cost. Nice. Alright, let's see what this is like. So how does... What does the bonus summons do for it? Hang on. The Optic Staff. We're going to look up the Optic Staff real quick. Let's see. One pair of twins counts as 1 minion toward the maximum minion count. Player can get 22 minions with maximum minion capacity as opposed to the usual 11 full-sized minions. They look really strong. Holy shit. Okay, but it's not summoning the other minions. Like, it's not getting rid of the one. You know what I mean? It's not getting rid of the other thing. I mean, that's literally why the guide is there. He's literally the guide. He could tell you these things. But... bars. That. Sword items. Okay. Okay. Well, let's let our things do some work and see how they do. Not bad. Does increase the damage. Pew pew. Let's come down here. Okay. That's a lot of lightning suddenly going off. I just get the feeling like we're gonna get attacked by a boss here soon. Hang on, here's something I want to test. I want to check something out. Save and exit. Okay. There we go. There we go! Now I have the multiples. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess the next one I should try to summon a Skeletron Prime, right? Looking for the wood platforms. Oh yeah, where's my little dragon? Hold on. There we go. Where are my wood platforms? There's pearl wood. Where's my normal wood? No, I have a thing to summon him. There they are. Sheesh. Okay. Damn! Quick on the draw on that one, weren't they? So the big one we want to get rid of first is his laser hand, right? I would assume that's right. Like, his laser hand's the big one that needs to go away as quickly as possible. I don't have a sundial yet. Well, how do I make a sundial, or how do I get a sundial? So many banners. Get it from crate fishing. Okay, well, it's not an option for us right now, so. Where did I put it? No, we had it, and where did I put the thing at? It's kind of like this, only a little more squished. There it is. Actually, I guess we can take, where's my thing at? Okay. They're not organized yet. We're organizing them once we get the actual tower. The only one that's fully organized is this. This is my, like, to make bars chest, so. Oh, big helicopter going by. I guess let's go this way. Oh, we need bait, don't we? Wait, do you need bait, Neanderthal, for fishing? Or is it that just increase your, time? Or decrease your time? You need bait, okay. Where can we get bait at? Bug net, okay. Come here, come here, come here! You son of a bitch. Got you. Shit, man, I didn't realize how, oh, I didn't realize how derpy bait was gonna be. Nice. Normally they can walk around more and interact with each other, but I have it set up in one of the most efficient ways to just get them there. When we actually start worrying about their happiness and, like, actual lodgings, then that'll change. But basically, I'm going to make an actual proper town for them to be in. And this is Severus's tower, and not the White Tower. So Severus's tower is in a place called Serenity, which gets nicknamed Dragon's Reach. White Tower is in the town that took the name from the tower, so White Tower is literally in White Tower. Oh. Coming through. Oh! Red lever! Gotcha. Yep. Oh, cotton honey, okay. I don't know how to do fishing properly. I've never done fishing. Mithril crate. How do you fish? Like, I don't get how you fish. And snapper? Yeah, I don't understand. Does it matter when it starts moving? I've gone fishing IRL before. But every game seems to have its, like, weird idiosyncrasies when it comes to fishing. Oh, didn't work. Okay. Whoa! That's the hand we want, the top left. Focus, top left, people. Stacy? There you go. Fuck! Nice! Alright, good. Ah, trying to get his other hand. Hang on, another black lens. Ow, please. I got all his other limbs down pretty low, so that's nice. There we go. There we go. No, this is a lot easier than twins. A lot easier. There we go. Now he's basically fucked. Now I can get all my little spider minions. There we go. Bam! Easy peasy. Alright, that's two. Two of the three down. I just need to do the last one. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Okay. So, we didn't get any hallowed bars, though, did we? Oh, we did. Okay, good. Phew. For a second there, I was like, I think we're a little fucked, though. I don't think we got any bars. Alright. Down to our guide. Crafting. Okay. True Knight's Edge. The hell does that do? Drill axe. That would be really nice. Okay, so we just need the Soul of Might. Alright. Sort. Cool. Nice. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Okay. Well, there's two of the mechanical bosses down. We just gotta go for the third one. It's like Lola is throwing a party. Oh no. No, they've all got hats. I'm very worried now. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Well, there you go, chat. I think that's a decent place to call it. We actually made a lot more progress than I expected today. We're down to here, but we need to actually get the key to go inside. So, we need the key. Yeah, we got 2 mech bosses down. We just need the third one. We started our potion production. Of course, we can go back down here to get more crystals if when we need them. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty alright. Hang on. Traveling merchant. Hello! What you got? Improvements. And I might take it just because. You know, let me take a few of these. So we'll always have a medium improvement at least on us. Okay. Yeah. Lovely little party. Alright, chat. We'll end this off today. That was a pretty good stream. I think that's the way I kind of want to go about it from now on. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream and the little break in between for lunch and everything. We can go do video and just talk about it, discuss some things about it. I like doing the historical videos just because I have more to say there. But we'll see. Maybe we'll do some other types of videos. Like I said, we could turn it into like a mini stag thing. If there are maybe some shorter videos, because that one took us quite a while. That was about an hour of just doing the one video, but that's okay. It is what it is. Tomorrow I'll be back with some more Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. I've been having a good time with that. That was a lot of fun. I think that was a good first choice for doing these longer streams. Yeah. We'll see about a video for tomorrow, and then for that. Yeah, that's what we did yesterday, and we had ourselves a good old time. So we'll continue doing that tomorrow. Till then, guys, will you take care, have a fantastic day, stay safe and healthy, get fit, get ripped, and I will be back tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, and remember, this Saturday Showtime, we'll be watching RoboCop 2, and I've never seen it before, so we'll see how that goes. So, until then, guys, bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.